Flipped, Flopped and Ghosted. Written by Eva Onyx. Narrated by Faye Caraway. Chapter 1. The phone rang. I looked over at Jill and saw she was already on a call, so I picked up the receiver. Driftwood Cove Properties, Vylette speaking. Hi, Vylette West? Yes, this is she.
You're the licensee at Driftwood Cove Properties, right? A deep voice asked.
Yes, I said, wondering what was coming.
My name's Mark Withers. I'm the head producer of Flipping Unbelievable. We'll be in Driftwood Cove in 2 days. We're looking for a run-down place to base a show around. It'll have to be an older house with character and original features. Dane and Sienna will make an offer on the spot if the property is right. Do you have anything that would suit?
I could barely believe my ears. My heart took off. I heard myself before I could stop it. Mark, that's my favourite show. I've watched every season. Dane and Sienna are fantastic. What they did with that weatherboard in Eden Bay was... Sorry. I pulled myself back. Yes, I do have a new listing that would suit perfectly.
Always nice to hear from a fan, he said. Tell me about this house.
I froze. I didn't have anything yet, but if my favourite TV show was coming to town, I wasn't going to let them down. I'd prefer everyone to see it in person. I don't want to give anything away.
Fair enough. I'll call you once we're in town and you can text me the address. Here's my number.
He read it out carefully.
And just so you're aware, we've also contacted Baz Matthews from Driftwood Cove Realty, just in case he has something suitable.
Understood, I said, crashing back to earth as soon as he mentioned my competition.
Appreciated, he said, and hung up.
I kept the receiver in my hand for a moment while my head caught up. It was possible this was Kevin getting one of his mates to wind me up. He'd spent years telling me the show was all a setup and that I was gullible for watching mindless TV instead of bettering myself. It could have been Baz next door trying to waste my morning. But the call was from a proper cell phone number. The voice was steady, and the request was exactly how a producer would put it. I set the receiver down. Jill ended her call and swiveled toward me. Who was that? Flipping unbelievable! The producer! They'll be here in 2 days. If they like a place, they make an offer on the spot. They've given Baz the same brief. Right, she said, measuring me for signs of either panic or hysteria, and finding neither. What do you want to do first? Where's Gavin? I looked over at his empty desk. He should be back soon. He's at an appointment. I'll message him, I said. I typed out everything quickly. Gavin burst through the door. I came as soon as I could. Are you for real? He was holding 2 takeaway coffees. He set one on Jill's desk with a hopeful smile. Jill took a sip and made a face. Gavin, flat white, not a latte. How many times? Right, sorry. I thought you liked flat white. That was last week. Sorry, I'll remember next time. You said that last time, Jill muttered, but she kept drinking it. I cleared my throat until Gavin looked at me. The show's coming, I said. They want an old character house. A Victorian would be perfect. Do you have anything that might be coming onto the market? He took a beat to think. Windward House, he said. The owner's an older lady, Ina. She isn't sentimental. She'll sell if the number suits her. I never listed it because we don't want overpriced listings, do we? Call her, I said. Tell her we'd like to view it today and we might have a buyer. Sure. Shall I tell her it's for the show? Of course. That just might push her over the edge to sell. Gavin sat behind his desk to make the call. I occupied myself because I was too nervous to listen in. I closed my eyes tightly and hoped this would work out. The agency would be on TV, perhaps even me. It was the biggest real estate show on TV, had been for the last 5 years. We had to find a suitable property and do it before Baz could find one. Gavin ended the call and looked over at me. She said she'll head over there now. She doesn't live there anymore. Great, that works for me. Is she excited about the show? It's hard to tell. I think so. As we walked out of the office to the car, I saw a couple of agents hurrying out the door of Bass's office. No doubt they'd be scurrying to find listings for flipping unbelievable. I looked over at Gavin. He'd seen them too. We'd better get this listing. Do you have anything else in mind if this falls through? I asked. Not off the top of my head, but I'll go door knocking if I have to. Windward sat back from the street behind a low hedge that had overgrown and a front garden thick with roses that needed a day with secateurs. The porch had proper lacework. The weatherboards wanted paint, but they weren't rotting. The front door had a fan light that gave the impression it might hold opinions. It was exactly the kind of house a camera could fall for. Ina opened the door before we knocked. She appeared to be in her late 70s with sharp eyes and a 2-piece cardigan set like my grandmother used to wear. The way she looked me up and down, I knew this was going to be tough. Shoes off, she said by way of greeting. Floors don't forgive grit. We obliged, and Gavin introduced us. She showed me around the house. The hallway gave me the first clean look at the stairs. The rail had the quiet confidence you can't fake. The curve was shallow and correct. The rosette at the newel had been rubbed to a soft shine by decades of hands. It was the kind of detail Dane and Sienna could sell to the whole country in 5 seconds. We've had a call from the TV show, I said once we were in the front room. They're scouting properties to buy on camera. They're looking for original detail. Porch, stair, sash windows. Your house matches their brief. Gavin told me. How much? Ina said. She didn't blink. She didn't care about the TV show so much. Gavin was right. She only cared about the price. Well, they've asked us to line up some properties and they'll select one and then they'll make their offer. We'll list it at any price you want and then see what they come up with. But I don't sell if I don't like the price. I didn't tell her that it's a show that flips houses and they'd need to get it for as low as possible. We'd list it first and then hope for the best. I gave her a nod. That's right, you're in control. If you don't like the price, you're under no obligation to sell. Private inspections only. No open homes, no parade. I'll sell for the figure I have in mind, she said. Otherwise, I won't sell. We can work with that. What figure would you like to list it at? I asked. She told me. It was too high, but I didn't blink. All right, I said. She was quick to add. We can list at that price, but only for the TV show. I'm not ready for all that extra jazz, open homes and sightseers. That'll be fine. Gavin pulled out the listing form and started filling it in. And your fee? She asked. Standard, I said. And we don't have to worry about staging or anything for the TV show. They'll be renovating it. A sound came from her throat. Oh, don't tell the Heritage Society that. Wait, I said. It's heritage listed? No, but I've had a guy around here every second week trying to make me join some society. Seems a developer wants to buy this whole street, knock the houses down, and build a high-rise to catch the views of the ocean. Oh, yes, I know the group you're talking about, and the developer. It sounds like if this TV show wants to buy it, it'll be a straightforward, no-fuss sale, will it? Ina asked. That's right. Gavin then asked her for details for the exclusive agency agreement, while I continued to have a better look around the house. I walked the floor quietly and quickly, discreetly snapping some pictures with my phone. Living room, dining room, kitchen, and a small sewing room. Once I wandered back, we went through the agreement line by line. Ina wrote her price clearly, underlined it once, and signed in a steady hand. I hope they pay my price, she said. That's the plan, Gavin said. We didn't linger, and as we drove off, 2 agents from Bass's office pulled up at her house. I immediately got on the phone and texted Mark. Off-market exclusive secured. Original stair/porch/sashes. Private viewing possible tomorrow 3:30 p.m. I've attached 3 honest photos. He called 4 minutes later while we were driving back to the office. Thanks, Vylette. It looks promising. What's the price? I glanced at Gavin. We both knew they wouldn't look at the place if they knew the price. They'd make no money from the renovation. The vendor is flexible. That's what I like to hear. We'll keep the crew minimal. Give us a 30-minute window and please keep this confidential. Understood, I said. We locked in 3:30 the day after tomorrow and ended the call. Gavin looked over. They're coming. They're coming, I said. Gavin took one hand off the wheel to give me a high five. Bass will hate that we have a suitable property. He didn't have anything close to this on his website. I check it every day. Let's hope he doesn't find one today like we did, I said. Back at Driftwood Cove Properties, we had just started building the file for the new listing when the front door rattled and the bell went off with a sharp little jangle. Bass Matthews walked in, Driftwood Cove Realty, monogrammed on his stiff white shirt. He stopped just inside our doorway. Afternoon, he said, smiling a fraction too hard. Word is you've dragged an old girl into the light for the TV people. We've listed a property, if that's what you mean. I didn't want to give him too much information. He took 3 unhurried steps into our open-plan office and set a palm on my desk. His aftershave arrived a second before his words. I've been working on Ina for years to list that house with me. Then you whisper, television, and she signs. That's manipulation. You can't lose what you never had. All's fair in love and listings, I said. I've seen the show. The numbers need to make sense or there's no point in flipping. I know Ina wants a big number. When they bolt, I'll find Ina the perfect buyer and Flipping Unbelievable will buy the house I just listed. Let's keep this professional. It's not a competition. Even as I said it, I knew it was. He straightened his cuffs. For your records, the producer called me first, and that's because I'm the premier agency in this town. He told me he called us both. May the best agency win. He leaned in. Exactly. And we will. I just came here to say good luck, and you'll need it. Close the door softly when you leave, please, I said without looking up from my paperwork. He left. The bell gave one small, relieved ring. Jill looked over at me. Permission to fumigate the office? I can still smell his aftershave. Gavin waved a hand in front of his face. Gavin, tell Ina the viewing time tomorrow, please. Already done. In the car, remember? Oh, that's right. Do we need Danny to take professional photos? Jill asked. No, there's no time. She'll sell for the right price, and at this stage, it seems she'll only sell to the show. I looked at my phone and scrolled through the photos I'd taken of the house. If Dane and Sienna cared about authenticity, they would see exactly what I saw. This place would come up so well with a decent renovation. The only barrier, and it was a major one, was the price. Jill watched me put my phone down. Nervous? Very, I said. This show can do so much for us. If all goes well, we'll get so much exposure. Chapter 2. At 3:20, Gavin pulled in and parked behind me. He joined me on the porch and we let the sea's waves 2 streets over fill the quiet. Ready? He asked. As I'll ever be, I said. Let's keep it smoother than smooth. At exactly 3:30, a dark people mover slid to the curb and settled without fuss. The side door opened and Mark Withers climbed out first. Calm suit, calm shoes, clipboard under his arm, eyes like a man who likes lists and checks them twice. Dane and Sienna followed. In person, they looked exactly like themselves, rarer than most people think. No cameras, no cases, no sound tech. Mark had kept his word. It was just the 5 of us. Vylette, he said, shaking my hand, then Gavin. Thanks for keeping this simple, I said. Owners asked for a quiet viewing. 30 minutes suits her. We'll be respectful, Mark said. No photos, no video. Notes only. Dane brushed his knuckles beneath a lace bracket. Paint will wake this up, not white. Sienna eyed the boards. What about grey? Not grey either, he said. What's wrong with grey? She asked, half teasing. The viewers keep saying all we ever use is grey. It goes with everything, and it's done well for us so far. He kept studying the profile. We need to change things up. She exhaled and nodded. Fine. Not white, not grey. We'll do something different. Mark made a small note, then added almost to himself. Social sentiment on colour skewed negative last season. We're pivoting. Ratings are through the roof. We want to keep them there. Sienna flashed me a quick grin. Translation, I can still win as long as I don't pick grey. Inside, I said, before they redesigned the entire coast from the porch. I unlocked the door and we stepped in. The hallway opened up to show the staircase. A chill brushed the back of my neck. Not a draft, something else. The kind of presence I'd learned to recognise since moving into Briggs Manor with Captain Briggs. Someone was here. It felt older, feminine, watchful. A protective energy rather than malevolent. I paused, letting the feeling wash over me. The house was occupied, but not by anyone living. I'd tell Danny, my ghost hunting friend, about it later. For now, I had a viewing to conduct. Sienna ran her fingers along the handrail, not checking it, more like saying hello to it. Dane looked at how the light fell on the steps and nodded. Original angle, good. It's not heritage listed, I said, but the structure is solid. Then we keep what's good and fix what's broken, Sienna said, using that calm TV voice I recognised from watching the show. Dane looked back at Mark. 7 seasons and we're still finding staircases like this. Mark grinned. Unbelievable. Flipping unbelievable. 8 if you count the holiday specials, Sienna said casually. Mark didn't look up from his notes. 9 in syndication markets, 16 territories, family demo loves you to, married couple, competent conflict, clean third act save. Sienna laughed. Competent conflict. Put that on one of our flippin' unbelievable mugs. Dane tipped his chin toward me. We really are married. People assume it's TV. I never doubted it, I said. I'd watched them argue about faucets like people who plan to eat dinner together afterward. We moved into the front room. A hairline crack ran from the ceiling rose toward the cornice. Sienna tipped her head, traced it with her gaze, and said, We can float it. Keep the original profile. She glanced at Mark. Sponsor still fine with lime wash, or are we pushing the new acrylic line? Lime wash in the front room, acrylic in wet areas, he said. Shout out placement, no graphic. Quiet win. Dane set both palms to a sash and coaxed it up an inch, enough to admit it would need persuading to remember its job. Painted shut in places, easy. In the second front room, a short patch in the skirting caught Gavin's eye. He slid me a look and kept moving. Sienna skimmed a picture rail and came away with dust, smiling like dust was proof of life. I like a house that admits what it is, she said. Our audience does too. Mark was still writing. Audience likes earnest. They hate staged. Note for this season is less reveal for reveal's sake. That's your note every season, Dane said. And it works every season, Mark snapped back. The dining room was narrow the way old dining rooms often are. Real estate agents sometimes call spaces like this a butler's pantry because it sounds better in listings. The kitchen was outdated, old renovation from about the 70s by the look of it. The laminate countertop was peeling at one corner, and the stainless steel sink had a small dent by the tap where someone had obviously banged a pot down too hard. Dane crouched down to check the plumbing and grimaced. The pipes were clearly going to be a problem. We expected to redo wet areas, Mark said, metronome steady. Sienna rapped a cabinet side with her knuckles. Do we still have the fixtures deal in this region? We have range, Mark said, emphasis gentle. Nothing must place. Producer for please use it if you can, Dane translated. It's don't fight the edit if the product is good, Mark said. They didn't need me for any of that, but I felt included, like someone allowed up on a mezzanine to watch an orchestra rehearse. You'll want to see the small room at the back, I said. The sewing room sat square and unbothered, right angles and a single old window that turned the outside to water without moving it. The treadle slept, the leather belt slack like a cat's tail. On the chair, a single braided tie-back waited without its twin, giving the space the faint feel of a memorial no one had named. Dust lay clean on the sill. No one touched it. Nice proportions, Sienna said, holding her hand up to check the natural light. We'll keep it simple, built-in daybed, bookshelves, nothing fake or overly aged. Viewers love this segment, Mark said quietly. Small rooms that stay small. People ask if we argue over design decisions like this, Dane said to me. We do, sometimes. We show the arguments that have a point, Sienna said. We cut the ones that are just us bickering. And we go home married, Dane said. We stepped back into the corridor. The little kink that makes the back bedrooms feel a fraction separate from the rest of the house's grammar did its old trick. Halls like this remember every shoe that ever walked them. We glanced into the laundry, old stainless tub, back door that sighed rather than latched, a sliver of yard with roses and fence. I opened the door a hand's breadth to let the afternoon in. To the right, a built-in hall cupboard sulked with scuffed paint around the knob. A newer scrape at the base caught the eye the way fresh marks do. Gavin crouched. "Fresh," he said. "Noted," Mark answered. We moved to the last bedroom. The door was a 4-panel with glazed top lights that had kept their bubbles and wobble. It stuck at the latch the way doors do when their muscles have gone soft. Dane tried it gently, then leaned just enough with his shoulder to persuade it to open. A man lay across the bed sideways, still wearing his shoes, one arm stretched toward the window. He looked like he'd meant to rest for just a moment. He wore a jacket and trousers, nothing fancy but clean and presentable. The kind of outfit you'd put on if you were meeting someone and wanted to make a decent impression. Sienna said, "Oh," very softly, like you do when you catch someone asleep. "Sir?" Dane said from the doorway. "Are you okay?" No response. He took one careful step in and reached out with 2 fingers to tap the man's shoulder. Light, polite, exactly the kind of nudge you'd give a stranger who'd nodded off. The man slipped, a slow, helpless roll. His weight slid over the quilt's edge and he dropped into the narrow gap between the bed and the wall, coming to rest in an angle. Sienna's hand flew to her mouth. No one moved. I stepped in. "Help me move the bed." The men moved the bed further away from the wall, allowing me to place my feet on bare boards where they showed between rug and bed. I didn't turn his head. I set 2 fingers gently at the side of his neck where the carotid should drum under the jaw, and I counted. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. I watched his chest for the small lift that fixes the world. Nothing. Close enough to feel it if it existed, I felt no breath. I turned to the others. "He's dead. Call 911. Mark already had his phone up. "Ambulance and police," he said into the line. "A man and he's not breathing. We think he's dead. We've checked for pulse and breathing, none. We're leaving the room now. We'll wait outside." I eased back, stood, and stepped out the way I'd come, conscious of where my soles met timber. Dane drew the door in without latching it. The panel rested where it had stuck before, as if the house itself didn't want it shut. We went to the front room like people leaving church before the last hymn, quiet, careful with our feet, nowhere useful to put our eyes. The ceiling rose had the indecent calm of things that hadn't been told. I realised the back door was still ajar, closed it, and came back. Mark ended his call and looked at me. "We'll wait on the porch," he said. "No details in the street." We stepped outside. "Do you want me to call Ina?" Gavin asked. "Not yet," I said. "Soon. Wait until we know more." We didn't talk after that. There are silences that protect. We chose that one. Sienna kept one hand on the porch post like it was a rail on a moving train. Dane stood square to the path, not blocking it so much as making curiosity think twice. Mark's voice dropped to that producer register that calms a room. "I liked this house until we got to that bedroom. We keep quiet about this because we might buy it," Mark whispered to the celebrity couple. Sienna nodded once. Dane did too. Mark checked his watch. Gavin glanced at me, but we didn't move. 5 of us stood still and waited for the paramedics and the police. Chapter 3. The ambulance stopped in front of the house. Paramedics went in with a kit and a stretcher sheet folded tight. I gave them the short version. Back bedroom, I checked pulse and breath, nothing, and stepped aside. A patrol car arrived while they were still in the hall. Another followed. An officer ran tape across the gate and a second line from porch post to hedge, then parked a young constable at the path, palms low, human do not cross. They came back out after a short, too quiet time. No stretcher. Detective Jack Sullivan led the officers into the house, and in a minute he came out. He stepped up to us, his gaze held mine for a beat. "Vylette, are you okay?" "I'm okay, I think," I said. "We're all in a bit of shock. We found him in the back bedroom." He gave one small nod. "We're securing the house. No one back inside." His attention slid to the people beside me. I did the introductions. "This is Gavin, my associate, Mark Withers, and Dane and Sienna Hall." Mark couldn't help himself. "We produce flippin' unbelievable. Top home reno slot in 16 territories." Jack's mouth ticked. "Sorry, I don't watch much TV." Then he looked back at me. "Walk me through what happened." "We arrived at 3:30, quiet viewing. We walked the house. In the back bedroom, a man was lying crosswise on the bed. Dane tried to rouse him. He rolled into the gap by the wall. I checked his breathing and carotid. Nothing. We called 911 and waited out here." "Did anyone touch anything else?" Jack asked. "No." "Good." He flicked a glance to Mark. Mark handed over a card. "My number's on there." A white van pulled up and a forensics team moved past us. They were all in white coveralls, complete with boot covers, gloves, and one had a camera. "Owner details?" Jack said to me. "Ina," I said, giving him the number. "She lives 5 minutes away. This house is vacant and has been for some time as far as I know." "I'll speak with her today," he said. "No need for her to come here." Gavin already had his phone out, stepping to the end of the porch. "Ina, it's Gavin. Police are here at Windward. A detective will come to you. Please wait at home. Don't come down. We'll explain more when we can." He listened, nodded, and ended the call. "She's home," he told Jack. "Waiting. I didn't tell her anything except you were coming." "Good, thank you," Jack said. A uniformed officer appeared in the doorway and spoke low to him, low enough not to carry, except to me. He had a wallet in his jacket, his Miles Hart, Bayview Court address. Jack's mouth twitched. "He's a local. Find his next of kin." "We're on it," the officer said, and peeled away. Mark cleared his throat. "Detective, do you need us any longer?" "Are you staying in town?" Jack asked. "Yes, we're all staying at Driftwood Cove Inn." "Good. I'll find you there if needed." Mark gave me a look that translated to, "We'll be in touch," and ushered Dane and Sienna back to the people mover. Jack turned back to me. "What's the story with this place?" "We just listed it recently. We were here with the owner yesterday and she showed us through." "Anyone else have keys?" "Not that I know of," I said. "Ina has hers. We have ours for access." "We'll talk to everyone," he said. "Thank you both. You did the right thing. Can you wait here a few minutes?" "Sure," I said. We waited. 5 minutes later, Jack came back out. "Thanks. The forensics team will need a few more hours here, probably sometime tomorrow too. I'm going to see Ina now." He looked at me. "I'll need a formal statement from both of you tomorrow. Morning or afternoon work better?" "Afternoon," I said, glancing at Gavin. He nodded. 3 o'clock at the station, then?" "We'll be there," Gavin said. Jack nodded and walked to his car. Gavin drove us back. We parked around the corner from the office and sat there with the windows open slightly, listening to the normal sounds of town life continuing around us. "We can't just sit here all day," he said finally. "Let's go tell Jill." I took a deep breath. "Okay." Jill listened without reacting. Finally, she shook her head. It wasn't often that Jill was speechless. We closed the office early. I drove home knowing that everyone in town would know by now. By the time I reached the headland, the day had that strange, empty feeling that bad days have. I was happy to be home when I stepped into Briggs Manor. Captain Briggs was standing by the window. He wore his naval coat, unbuttoned, and had that weathered look of someone who'd spent years at sea. He was looking out toward the ocean when I came in. "You're early," he said. "I've had a rough day." I dropped into a chair. "We found a man at that house the TV people came to look at. He was dead in one of the bedrooms. All I know is he's a local man and we don't even know how he died. I give my statement tomorrow." The captain turned from the window and looked at me steadily. "Aye, that's grim work." He walked to his chair and sat down with the careful movements of someone who'd spent a lifetime on ships. I stared at him and waited. "I'm sensing a story coming." When I sailed the Bonaventure into Portsmouth during a thick fog, we lost a man in his hammock. No wound on him, no sound from him. The crew wanted answers right away, wanted us to search everywhere. But the sea doesn't give you what you want just because you ask for it, lass. Neither does death. We had to wait for the fog to clear before we knew what to do. He paused, holding my gaze. Death happens on its own time. Your job is to stay calm and tell the truth when they ask you. "That's the plan," I said. "Good seamanship," he said, with a small nod of approval. "A clean log and an honest reckoning. That's what keeps a crew from mutiny and a conscience from rot." A rush of air moved the curtain, and Edgar slid through the open window, black wings folding as he landed on the mantelpiece with a scrape of claws. He tilted his head, one bright eye fixing on me with that familiar mix of judgment and disdain. "Late," he observed, his tone flat. "You look dreadful." "Thank you, Edgar. That's just what every woman wants to hear," I said dryly. He hopped along the mantel, examining me like a disappointing investment. "Pathetic," he added, with a dismissive click of his beak. The captain's mouth quirked ever so slightly. "The bird knows nothing." "Lies," Edgar said, settling onto his perch. He tucked one foot up and gave a soft, derisive caw. I slipped my phone onto the arm of the chair and let myself sink into the cushions. The telescope pointed toward the thin, bright line where water met sky. The captain poured a measure of brandy into his glass. "In my time at sea," the captain said, his voice taking on that low, storytelling cadence, "I learned that a man who dies without a mark upon him often carries a story worth the telling. The sea would show its hand in time. A loose rail here, a slick deck there, perhaps a belaying pin that found itself in the wrong hands. But never on the first watch, lass. Never in the first bells." He lifted the glass, not to drink, but to study the light through it. "You did right. You checked for breath and pulse as any good sailor checks the rigging before setting out. You called for help. You held your ground when panic might have sent others running." "How did you know what I did?" I asked. Ghost network, Edgar said, and then added a caw. I rolled my eyes. I still didn't know what the ghost network was or how it worked, and I probably never would. The captain continued, "That's all any sailor can do when death comes aboard unexpected. Stand witness, speak true, and let those trained in such matters do their work." Edgar ruffled his feathers with a sound like shuffling cards. "Morbid," he said. "Rest, lass. The tide turns on its own time, and answers come with it like driftwood on the morning shore. You'll speak your piece tomorrow, and the law will chart its course from there." "I will," I said. For the first time since 3:30 that afternoon, sitting here doing nothing felt right. The manor was quiet around us, the old wood creaking as it settled, the sound of waves in the distance, the clock on the mantel ticking steadily. Edgar shifted on his perch, tucked his head down for a moment, then looked at me again with his sharp stare. "Sleep," the raven said. It sounded more like a command than a suggestion. "Eventually I will, but I have to find some peace first," I said. The captain lifted his glass slightly toward the window, toward the dark ocean beyond. "To steady hands and calm waters. I hope tomorrow brings you both." I nodded, too tired to say anything more. Chapter 4. I was halfway to work the next morning when Jack rang. "Vylette," he said, "you got a minute?" "For you, yes," I said, easing off the accelerator. "We've ruled it a homicide." Homicide? My mouth went dry. He didn't have a mark on him. "Smothered," Jack said. "Old textile fibres in the airway, consistent with the quilt on that bed. But toxicology came back with elevated levels of zolpidem, sleeping pills. Not enough to kill him on their own, but enough to make him groggy, slow his reactions. Someone gave him a sedative, waited for it to take effect, then pressed the quilt over his face until he stopped breathing." "Oh, that's awful." "He had some minor defensive injuries. Hands came up weakly, but he was too sedated to fight properly. We're not releasing those details, though, so keep it to yourself." "Of course." It was funny how he was lying on the bed with his arm outstretched to the window. "We're keeping those details to ourselves, too, and we've asked everyone who saw him to keep it to themselves. We're not releasing how he died or how he was found. Apart from you and the others who found him, only the killer knows." "I won't tell a soul." I pulled into a beach lot and parked so I wouldn't drive like an idiot. "So it was definitely not an accident?" "No. There was also no sign of forced entry, nothing obvious taken. We're narrowing time of death to last night after 9 and before 2 this morning. Officers are canvassing the street to see if anyone saw or heard anything." "What happens with the house?" I asked. "Owner wants to know when she gets her keys back." "We'll likely finish our part today," he said. "Could be this afternoon if forensics stays on schedule. We'll lift the tape when we're done with the interior and perimeter. I'll text you before we release so you can manage the owner." "Thank you." I stared at the sea until it stopped moving. "Has the victim's name been released?" "I need to reach next of kin before I say a name," he said. "You'll hear it quick after the family does." "Understood." I didn't tell him we'd all overheard an officer tell him the name. "How are you doing?" he asked. "I'm okay. It was just so unexpected." "Well, Driftwood Cove isn't the quiet, sleepy seaside town everyone thinks it is." "It used to be when I was growing up." "Anyway, I'll see you this afternoon to do that statement." "Right. I'll text if my schedule changes." He ended the call. I sat for a moment, processing the information before I continued towards the office. At a red light, Gavin called. I've spoken to Ina. She's shaken by the death in her house, but she says she'll still sell. I think she's keener to sell now than she's letting on. We could get a sale out of this. Did she know the victim? I asked. Yes, she knew him. It's Miles Hart from the Historical Society. He's been calling Ina for months, asking her not to sell to Leon Park's people. He told her the developers want to put high-rises and resorts all along the beach strip. People are lobbying against that happening in our town. So what role did he have with the Historical Society? He was leading the charge, he said. Also, Bass's Jr. was at Windward last week, just asking about gutters. That's what the neighbour over the lane says. Take that with a grain of salt. Noted, I said. He continued. Also, Jack Sullivan told me they might release the house later today. OK, thanks. What time are you coming in? I'm already at the office, he said. I'll be there soon. I parked behind the office. Jill had coffee waiting for me. Gavin was already on the phone with Ina. I could hear him giving her an update. When he hung up, he looked up. Ina wants to know when the buyers can come back. She sounds keen. I hate to be happy when someone has died, but if this sale goes ahead and we're on TV, Bass is going to lose his mind, Gavin said. Bass can host a podcast about it, Jill said. We all looked up and saw Bass walking past our window and laughing loudly. He was with the producer of Flipping Unbelievable. That's not good, Gavin said. I turned back to my notes and tried to stop my heart from racing. I wanted to beat Bass at something, and being on TV would certainly be a big win. I wanted it to be my win. At 11:30, Jack texted. Next of kin notified. Will update you after press note drops. A minute later, the official post hit the Driftwood Cove Facebook page. Deceased. Miles Hart, 58, local resident. Death being treated as suspicious. I read it twice, then pressed the heels of my hands to my eyes just once, because I'm human. When I looked up, Jill had quietly set a glass of water beside my coffee. Thanks, I said. Don't thank me until you drink it, she said, and went back to her desk. The town kept buzzing. We kept working. At 1:15, Jack again. Forensics likely done by 4. I'll call you when we release the scene. Game faces at 3, I said to Gavin. Statement with Jack, then we wait for keys and call Mark. If it's not too late, Gavin said. They might have found him a different house, one without a dead body. Jill scrunched a piece of paper and threw it at him. Hey, positive vibes only in this place. He smiled at her. Sorry, Jill, you're right. I've got a good feeling about it, Jill said. You'll both be on TV and everything will go smoothly without turning a murder into content. He nodded. Easy. My phone rang. I glanced at the screen, Aunt Lily, and answered before the second ring. Vylette, darling, she said, voice pitched somewhere between concern and that particular excitement people get when they have news and know it. I heard what happened. The TV show and the murder at that house. News travels fast. It does when poor Miles Hart turns up dead in a property you've just listed, she said. The whole town's buzzing. I thought I'd better ring before you heard 15 wrong versions of what's really going on. I appreciate that, I said, settling in. Aunt Lily didn't call with gossip unless it mattered. First thing you should know, she said, voice dropping to that confidential register. Donna and Miles were getting back together. Quietly, very quietly. But it was happening. I sat up straighter. Wait, Miles is the deceased man, but who's Donna? Donna Hart is his wife. They were separated on a break. While she was on a break, she started living with a guy called Caleb. Oh, fast worker. Miles wouldn't have been happy about that. She was going to leave Caleb and go back to Miles. Poor woman's been caught in the middle, torn between her son and her husband. Wait a minute, her son? Keep up, Vylette. If you hadn't left town, you'd know all these people. Jasper is Miles' stepson. Donna is Jasper's mother. Jasper works for Leon Park's development company. You know Leon, wants to turn Driftwood Cove into another Las Vegas, all high-rises and resorts blocking the view, putting shade on our beaches where the sun used to be. I let out a breath. And Miles was fighting that, and indirectly fighting with his own stepson. Fighting it? Lily laughed, short and sharp. Miles wanted heritage listings slapped on everything more than 50 years old. He'd have bubble-wrapped the entire town if he could. Complete opposite of what his stepson's son employment wants. That must have been awkward, I said. Awkward doesn't cover it, Lily said. Come to think of it, it's a wonder they haven't tried to heritage list Briggs Manor yet. They can if they want, I said. I'm not changing anything beyond the plumbing, so it won't worry me. But here's the thing, Vylette. Caleb, Donna's boyfriend, he and Miles hated each other. Properly hated. And Caleb would not have been happy about Donna going back to Miles. Not happy at all. So, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I lowered my voice. What about the stepson? Do you suspect him? I suspect everyone. There are enough rumours flying around already without adding fuel. I just wanted to give you the facts. Thank you, Aunt Lily. You be careful, love, she said. This isn't just about a house anymore or a TV show. Keep me updated. We said goodbye and my aunt hung up. I sat with the phone in my hand, staring at the wall. Donna caught between her son and her husband. Miles and his wife's boyfriend, Caleb, hating each other. A reconciliation that never got to happen. And someone who didn't want it to. The day had just gotten a lot more complicated. Chapter 5. Gavin and I walked into the station that afternoon. The reception area had that particular institutional calm. Blue chairs bolted to the floor, posters about neighbourhood watch, a water cooler that hummed like it had opinions. Jack appeared from a side corridor. Vylette? Gavin? He nodded toward the interview room. This way. The room was small and aggressively beige. There was a table, 4 chairs, a recorder on a bracket, and a window that looked into another beige hallway. Jack gestured us to sit and took the chair opposite. Right, he said, pressing record. Interview with Vylette West and Gavin Limbrick, conducted by Detective Jack Sullivan. He said the date and time and then looked at us both. Tell me what you both remember from yesterday, from the time you got to the house. We arrived at 3:30, met Mark, Dane and Sienna, walked the house, front room, dining room, kitchen, sewing room, laundry, then the back bedroom. We found the man on the bed, checked for pulse and breathing, called emergency services, and then we waited on the porch. I finished what I had to say and then looked over at Gavin. Gavin added his perspective, where he stood, what he touched, what he saw. Jack made notes, even though the whole thing was recorded. When we finished, he set the pen down and leaned back slightly. The deceased's phone was in his jacket pocket, Jack said. No password. We accessed it directly. Last call was to Donna, his wife. He'd been taking photos inside the house, detailed interior shots. Ceiling roses, cornices, floorboards and the joinery. For the Historical Society, I said slowly, we believe for evidence that it should be heritage listed. The Society submitted it to council before you even listed the house. They're trying to get Windward and the whole street declared heritage to block Leon Park's proposed development. Gavin leaned forward. So he let himself in without permission to get evidence. Looks that way, Jack said. Ina's been out of the house for months, living at her other house. She says it was the house where she grew up, but it became too big for her, and that's why she bought the smaller house in walking distance to shops. She had no significant financial reason to sell. That lines up with what she told me, Gavin said. It's only a good price that will make her sell. Well, that was before the murder. Hart must have seen as an opportunity. No one home, quiet street, plenty of time to work. He got his photos and someone interrupted him, I said. Or someone knew he'd be there. Jack's features didn't move, but something in his eyes sharpened. That's a theory we're exploring. He glanced at his notes. What do you know about Hart? Personally, professionally, reputation-wise? I know nothing, really. I looked at Gavin again. He was loud at council meetings, passionate about heritage protection. He'd been calling Ina constantly, asking her not to sell to the developers. Did Ina ever mention feeling threatened by him? Jack asked. No, Gavin said. Annoyed, maybe, but not threatened. She said he was persistent, and she never mentioned him being aggressive. And Leon Park? Jack asked. Either of you dealt with him or his people? Not directly, I said, but Bass knows him. I'm pretty sure about that. Gavin nodded. Yes, when I was working with Bass, he was one of our clients. Bass's junior agent was sniffing around Windwood last week, according to a neighbour. Could be Bass sent him to scope the property. Jack's pen moved. Name? I don't know which junior it was, I said, but Bass runs a tight ship. He'd know who was where. I'll follow that up, Jack said. He spoke into the recorder with the time and then clicked it off. That's everything for now. If anything else surfaces, strange calls, odd visitors, people asking questions, be sure to call me. We will, I said. We stood. Jack walked us to the door, then paused with his hand on the frame. One more thing. The photos on Hart's phone were time-stamped. He was in that house from 12. Time of death puts him between 12 and 2. Whoever killed him either followed him in or knew where to find him. So it wasn't random, Gavin said. No, Jack said quietly. It wasn't random. Gavin and I walked to the car park in silence, letting the town's ordinary sounds fill the space. Gulls arguing, a truck reversing, someone's radio bleeding through an open shop door. Miles was trying to save the street, Gavin said finally. And someone killed him for it, I said. We taking the car. I started the engine but didn't pull out yet. My phone buzzed, a text from Jack. Heritage application still active. Council meeting Thursday. Expect fireworks. I showed Gavin the screen. Fireworks, he read. That's one word for it. I put the car in gear and headed back toward the office, where Jill would be waiting for the update. Chapter 6. I was at the office on my second coffee when Gavin came through the door. Have you seen this? He slapped the paper on my desk. I scanned it. Application for urgent heritage listing. Windwood House and adjacent properties, Maple Row. Submitted by the Driftwood Cove Historical Society. Grounds. Architectural significance, intact Victorian streetscape, cultural value to the community. When did this go in? I asked. Monday morning, Gavin said. Before we even had the viewing. Before Miles Hart was found dead in that house. Jill looked up from her keyboard. So the application went in without the photos. They needed evidence and didn't have it yet. The basic application went in Monday morning with just the written documentation, I said slowly, putting it together. Miles was getting photos to present at Thursday's council meeting. Visual evidence always helps sway the committee. They submitted without them when he died, hoping the written application would be enough. Gavin nodded. So he was there getting the evidence they desperately needed to make their case stick, but in the end, they went ahead without it. My phone buzzed. Jack had sent me a text. Heritage application is public record now. Media's picked it up. Expect calls. I showed Gavin and Jill the screen. Here we go, Jill muttered. The first call came 3 minutes later. Local paper. I gave them the standard line. Property listed, police investigation ongoing, no further comment. The second call was from a blogger who wanted to know if I thought heritage protections were killing the property market. I told him no comment, have a nice day, and hung up. The third call was Mark Withers. I put the call on loud so Gavin could hear. Vylette, he said, skipping pleasantries. We've seen the heritage application. We need to know, does this kill the deal? It complicates it, I said carefully. If you want the place, any renovations will need heritage approval. Mark went quiet for a beat. We're still interested, but we need to move fast. Can we view again today? I glanced at Gavin, who nodded. I'll check with the police, I said. If the house is released, yes. Text me a time and we'll be there, Mark said, and ended the call. I rang Jack immediately. Vylette, he answered. Are you done with Windward? I have a buyer who wants access today. Forensics cleared it last night, he said. We've got what we need. Thank you. One thing, he added, the heritage application. Leon Park's lawyers are already pushing back. They're saying it's a posthumous power play by Hart's people and should be thrown out. It's going to get messy. Does he have a chance at overthrowing the decision? I have no idea. I'm not a lawyer. I knew a lawyer, Kevin, but I wasn't about to call him. I said goodbye and looked at Gavin. We're clear. Call Ina. Tell her the house is released and we have the buyers coming back for a second look. He was already dialing. At 2:00, the people mover pulled up to Windward for the second time. Mark climbed out first, followed by Dane and Sienna. I unlocked the door. The house smelled faintly of cleaning products. We'll only need 15 minutes, Mark said. We know what we're looking at now. They moved through the rooms quickly, eyes sharp, hands testing windows and door frames. Dane crouched at the kitchen plumbing again. Sienna stood in the sewing room and made notes on her phone. In bedroom where Miles Hart had died, they paused for only a moment before moving on. When they finished, we gathered in the front room. We're making an offer, Mark said, but it's lower than Ina's asking price. The heritage application is a risk. If it goes through, our renovation costs go up significantly. We need to account for that. How much lower? I asked. He told me. It was low, not insultingly so, but enough that Ina would feel it. I'll take it to her, Gavin said. No promises. Understood, Mark said. But Vylette, we need an answer by tomorrow morning. If this drags, we walk. We have other properties lined up. Baz Matthews is putting on the pressure. He's found us a house, and it's not bad. I'll have an answer for you today, Gavin said. I have a contract for sale prepared in the car. Sign it, and I'll do my best. Let's do it. They signed the contract for their price and left. Gavin and I locked up and drove straight to Ina's other house. Gavin had called and let her know we were coming with a signed contract. Come in, she said. I've made tea. We sat in a tidy front room with lace doilies and a clock that ticked too loudly. Ina poured tea into china cups and didn't spill a drop. The TV people came back, Gavin said. They've made an offer. He slid the paper across the table. She read it once, then set it down without expression. It's low, she said. It is, I agreed. The heritage application spooked them. If it goes through, their costs go up. They're pricing in that risk. And if I say no? They walk, Gavin said. They have other properties. And once word gets out about Miles' heart, about what happened in that house, it'll be harder to sell. People are superstitious. They'll lowball you or avoid it altogether. Ina's hand trembled slightly as she lifted her teacup. Miles' heart, she said. He rang me every week. Always polite, always persistent. He wanted me to join the society, to fight the developers. I told him I was too old for fights. I had planned on keeping the place, but I would sell if the number suited. This number is nowhere near what I hoped for. I'm sorry, but that's all they can do under the circumstances, I said. She set the cup down. If I take this offer, the house sells. The heritage application becomes someone else's problem. The TV people can fight it or work with it, I don't care which. After the murder in the house, I just want it finished. There's no pressure, it's your decision, Gavin said. She picked up the paper again, stared at it for a long moment, then reached for the pen I'd set beside it. Where do I sign? She asked. Gavin showed her. She signed quickly, decisively, and handed it back. Tell them it's done, she said, and tell them I don't want my name mentioned. Not on the show, not in the press. Understood? Understood, I said. And the murder, she added, her voice hardening. They don't mention that either. Not on TV, not anywhere. I won't have people gawking at tragedy for entertainment. I'll make sure they know your wishes, I said. She stood, and we did too. At the door, she paused and looked back at me. Do you think he knew? She asked. Miles' heart. Do you think he knew someone was going to kill him in my house? I don't know, I said honestly. But Jack Sullivan will find out. She nodded once, then closed the door. Back in the car, Gavin exhaled slowly. She looked exhausted. Wouldn't you be? I said. I pulled out my phone. Do you want to tell Mark or do you want me to? You can do it. I texted Mark that the deal was done. He wrote back and thanked me. Then came a text that they were going to start filming as soon as possible. They were going to do the first viewing, with Gavin showing them through. I looked over at Gavin. They're doing filming as soon as they can. They'll be filming their first walkthrough with you as though they've never seen the place before. Gavin frowned. That's awkward. I processed that information and thought back to all the times I'd watched the show. I didn't know the show was fake. I took everything as legit. Me too. It kind of changes how I think about the show now. We parked behind the office. Jill met us at the door with 3 things: fresh coffee, the afternoon's messages, and a look that said she already knew. Sold? She asked. Sold, I said. All cash. Good, she said. Now brace yourself. Bass has been pacing outside for the last 20 minutes. He knows something's up. I glanced through the window. Sure enough, Bass Matthews stood on the footpath, phone to his ear, eyes locked on our door. Let him pace, I said. We've got contracts to review. Jill grinned. There's nothing better. While we worked in the office, the residents of Driftwood Cove kept doing what they did best, spreading rumours that may or may not about the truth. Chapter 7. The church sat on the headland with its back to the wind, white clapboard and a bell tower that hadn't rung in years. By the time Gavin and I arrived, the car park was nearly full, sedans and SUVs parked at sensible angles, people moving in twos and threes toward the doors like tributaries finding a river. "Ready?" Gavin asked. "As I'll ever be," I said. We joined the quiet procession. Inside, rows of wooden pews stretched toward a simple altar where a single arrangement of white lilies stood beside a framed photograph of Miles Hart. He looked younger in the picture, mid-40s maybe, smiling in that careful way people do when they're not sure the camera's their friend. We slipped into a pew halfway back. The murmur of voices filled the space, low, respectful, punctuated by the occasional cough or rustle of programs. I scanned the room. Near the front, Donna Hart, Miles' wife, sat with her shoulders drawn in, hands folded in her lap. A man sat close beside her, too close for casual comfort. His hand rested on the back of the pew behind her shoulders, not quite touching, but claiming space. Territorial. He was younger than Miles by a decade, lean and wiry, with the kind of face that looked like it spent a lot of time deciding whether to smile or scowl. "Caleb Shaw," Gavin murmured beside me, following my gaze. "Donna's boyfriend." "Oh, that's a bit of a shock," I blurted out without thinking. Caleb leaned in and said something to Donna. She didn't turn her head, just gave a small nod. His hand dropped from the pew to her shoulder. I grimaced at the sight. There wasn't much respect there from either of them. To the left, near the aisle, a younger man stood alone, late 20s, suit that didn't quite fit, hands shoved deep in his pockets. He stared at the floor like it owed him money. There was something familiar in the line of his jaw, the set of his shoulders. An older woman in a floral dress approached him, touched his elbow gently, and said something. He looked up, managed a tight smile, and she gestured toward Donna. He shook his head once, polite but firm, and the woman moved on. "That's Jasper," Gavin said quietly, "Donna's son." "Ah, the one who works for the developer. He doesn't look happy to be here," I said. "Would you be?" Gavin asked. "Estranged from your stepdad, working for the man who wanted to bulldoze everything your stepdad stood for, and now he's dead before you could fix it." "Well, why is he working for that man? I don't think he cared much about his stepfather." Mentally, I listed 2 people who would want Miles' Hart out of the way. The developer, and then there was Caleb, who wanted Donna to stay with him. Near the back, on the opposite side, Leon Park, the developer, stood with a small cluster of council members. He wore a dark suit that probably cost more than my car, and he had that particular stillness wealthy men cultivate, the kind that says, "I'm listening, but also, I'm already 3 moves ahead." One of the councillors said something, and Leon smiled, nodding. It wasn't a funeral smile. It was a boardroom smile. And right beside Leon, leaning in like they were old mates at a pub, was Baz Matthews. I felt my jaw tighten. Baz had his hand on Leon's arm, gesturing with the other, talking quietly but with animation. Leon listened, nodded, said something back. Baz laughed, not loud, but enough to carry 2 rows. "Unbelievable," I muttered. "What?" Gavin followed my gaze. "Oh, yeah, that's Baz doing business at a funeral. Typical." Maybe not business, but making sure he stays friendly with the right people. "He's already angling for the apartment sales," Gavin said. "If Leon gets his development through, Baz will be first in line to sell every unit." The organ wheezed to life, and everyone shuffled to standing. The service began. Hymns I half remembered from childhood, a reading from Ecclesiastes, a eulogy delivered by someone from the Historical Society who called Miles a guardian of our town's soul. It was earnest and a little too long, but no one seemed to mind. I watched the room. Caleb kept his hand on Donna's shoulder through the entire first hymn. Jasper stayed standing at the back, arms crossed, eyes fixed somewhere past the altar. Leon and Baz sat down together, Baz still leaning in occasionally to murmur something. When the service ended, people filed out slowly, lingering in clusters on the steps and the gravel drive. I wanted to speak to Donna to offer condolences, but she was surrounded. Well-wishers formed a loose queue, each waiting their turn to hug her or clasp her hands, or say the inadequate things people say. Donna wasn't a friend, but I knew her to say hello to. Caleb stayed glued to her side, hand at the small of her back now, guiding her slightly as if she might drift away otherwise. I caught sight of Jasper again, standing near the car park. Donna turned, saw him, and said something to the woman beside her. She broke away from the crowd and walked toward him. Jasper straightened, hands still in his pockets. They spoke for less than a minute. Donna gestured toward the church, toward the people still gathered. Jasper shook his head. She reached out, touched his arm. He let her, but didn't move closer. An older man in a grey suit approached them, someone I didn't recognise, and Donna turned to him with visible relief. "This is my son," she said, loud enough for me to hear from where I stood. "Jasper Quinn. He keeps his father's name out of things." "Stepfather," Jasper corrected his mother. "I was too young when you had my name changed to Hart. I'm not a Hart. I'm a Quinn." The man nodded, said something polite. Jasper gave the barest acknowledgement and stepped back. Donna let him go. He walked to a dark sedan, got in, and drove off without looking back. "Not staying for the wake," Gavin observed. "Would you?" I asked. "Fair point." I glanced back at the church steps. Donna was still surrounded. Leon and Bass had moved to the edge of the drive, still talking. Bass glanced my way once, saw me watching, and his smile sharpened just enough to be a message. "I'm working. Are you?" I turned away. I wasn't an ambulance chaser. We walked to the car. Behind us, the crowd thinned slowly, breaking into smaller conversations, people heading toward the hall where the wake was being held. I didn't look back. I'd seen what I needed to see. Caleb Shaw, possessive and territorial. Jasper Quinn, estranged and uncomfortable. Must have been upset with his stepfather, as he didn't keep his name. Leon Park, already thinking 3 moves ahead. And Bass Matthews, right there beside him, making sure he'd be first in line when the deals started closing. I started the engine and pulled out of the car park, leaving Windward's ghosts and Driftwood Cove's living to sort themselves out. "Do we know who Jasper's father is?" I asked Gavin. "He died ages ago, car accident." "Oh, that's awful." She married Miles a year later. I'm sure Jasper was probably 2 at the time. "How do you know all this?" I asked. "Overheard it all in the men's room, right before the funeral started." "Oh, well done." He grinned. "Thanks." Chapter 8. 2 days after the funeral, I drove to Donna Hart's house with a bouquet of white roses wrapped in brown paper. The house sat on a quiet street 3 blocks from the waterfront, a neat weatherboard with a tidy garden. I knocked. Footsteps approached, slow and careful, and the door opened. Donna looked smaller than she had at the church. She wore a cardigan over a plain dress, and her hair was pulled back in a way that suggested she'd stopped caring how it looked. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "Miss West," she said, surprised. "Call me Vylette, please," I said, holding out the flowers. "I'm sorry I couldn't get near you at the funeral. There were so many people. I wanted to come by and, well, just check in." Her face softened. "That's kind of you. Come in, please." She stepped back and I followed her into a small, neat hallway. The floors were polished timber, the walls painted a soft cream. I'll put these in water, Donna said, taking the roses. Go through to the living room. I'll make us coffee. You don't have to. I want to, she said firmly. I've had enough casseroles and sympathy to last a lifetime. Coffee with someone who isn't crying sounds lovely. I smiled and did as I was told. The living room was small but comfortable. 2 armchairs, a sofa, a low coffee table with a neat stack of magazines. On the side table near the window, a restaurant booking card sat half-tucked under a coaster. I wouldn't have noticed it except the corner was sticking out just enough to catch the light. The Jetty, it read. Friday 7:30, D Heart plus M Heart. Beside it, a florist receipt, small pale blue, creased once down the middle. Single rose bundle, $28. I looked away quickly, letting my gaze move naturally around the room. On the opposite wall, a framed photograph, a young man in a suit, smiling stiffly at a ribbon-cutting ceremony. The plaque at the bottom of the frame read, Park Urban, Junior Planner Award, Jasper Quinn. Donna returned with 2 mugs and a small plate of biscuits. She set them on the coffee table and settled into the armchair opposite me. Thank you for coming, she said. It's been... She paused, searching for the word. A lot. I can imagine, I said. She took a sip of coffee and seemed to gather herself. Someone mentioned at the funeral that you're handling a property sale in the house where Miles was found. Windward, isn't it? That's right, I said carefully, though I imagine that's the last thing you want to talk about right now. Actually, I've been thinking, this house. Miles and I bought it together years ago, before things fell apart. I've been rattling around in it on my own for too long. You're thinking of selling? I asked. Maybe, she said. Not right away, but eventually. I don't know if I want to stay here. I nodded. If you do decide to sell, I'd be happy to help. No pressure. Thank you, she said. She glanced at the photograph on the wall. That's my son, Jasper. He's a planner with Leon Park's company now, Park Urban. I saw him at the funeral, I said. He seemed... I chose the word carefully. Reserved. Donna's mouth tightened. That's one way to put it. Jasper and Miles had a complicated relationship. Miles raised him from when he was 2. His real father had died. But by the time Jasper was 16, they couldn't be in the same room without fighting. Jasper took my maiden name, dropped Hart completely. I think Miles never quite got over that. That must have been hard, I said. It was, she said quietly. Miles wanted to be a good father. He tried, but he was so focused on his causes, saving the town, protecting heritage, fighting developers. Jasper felt like he came second. And now Jasper works for the very people Miles spent years opposing. That's difficult, I said. The irony isn't lost on me, Donna said. But Jasper's good at his job. He's ambitious. And he gets along well with Caleb, which, well, that's something. Caleb's your boyfriend, she finished. Or he was. We've been together for 2 years. He's been very supportive through all this. That's good. Donna looked down at her mug. The detective, Sullivan, he seems to think I might be involved somehow, in Miles's death. He's asked me the same questions 3 times now. Where was I that night? Did Miles and I argue? Did I know he was at Windward? It's exhausting. I'm sorry, I said. She looked up, eyes bright with something that might have been tears or might have been anger. Miles and I were divorced, but we weren't enemies. Not anymore. She stopped, seemed to reconsider. We'd reached a place where we could talk. That's all. I didn't push. The booking card and the florist receipt sat on the side table, quiet witnesses to a story Donna wasn't ready to tell. "If I do sell," Donna said, steering back to safer ground, "I think I'll go back to Caleb's place. He's happy to take me back. I'm lucky, really. Not many men would wait around while their girlfriend sorts through this kind of mess." "That's generous of him," I said. "It is," she agreed. Then we talked about other things for about half an hour. We touched on what the future of the town might be. Neither of us wanted it to become a tourist town. "Thank you for coming, Vylette," she said when I was ready to go. "It really does help to talk about something normal." "Anytime," I said. I stood and she walked me to the door. As I stepped out onto the porch, I glanced back. "If you do decide to sell, or if you just want to talk through options, call me. No obligation." "I will," she said. "Thank you." The door closed softly. I walked back to my car and sat for a moment before starting the engine. The booking card. Friday, 7:30. D Heart plus M Heart. The florist receipt. Single rose bundle. The photograph of Jasper at the park urban ribbon cutting. And Donna's carefully chosen words. "We'd reached a place where we could talk, that's all." She was reframing the narrative. Whether to protect herself or Caleb, or just to keep the gossip at bay, I didn't know. But the reconciliation had been real. The evidence was sitting on her side table, barely hidden. Caleb wouldn't have been happy about Donna going back to Miles. Jasper worked for the developer Miles had spent years fighting. And Donna was choosing Caleb now, publicly, carefully. I started the engine and pulled away, leaving Donna Hart's tidy house and her tidy story behind. But the pieces didn't fit as neatly as she wanted them to. I'd heard she was leaving Caleb for good and going back to Miles. Chapter 9. The morning started like any other. Coffee, emails, Jill complaining about how hard it had been to get Owen off to school. Then Baz Matthews burst to our door so hard the bell didn't jingle so much as shriek. His face was the colour of an overripe tomato, his monogrammed shirt untucked on one side, his usually perfect hair standing up like he'd been running his hands through it. He stopped just inside the doorway, chest heaving. "How?" he demanded. "How the hell did you get them to film with you?" I set down my coffee carefully. "Good morning to you too, Baz." "Don't." He jabbed a finger at me. "Don't you dare act like this is normal. Who did you sleep with? Mark? That pretty boy Dane?" Jill's coffee mug hit her desk with a crack. "Excuse me?" Gavin stood up. "That's no way to talk to a lady." Baz laughed, an ugly, bitter sound. "Lady? I wouldn't talk to a lady like that." His eyes locked on mine. "But Vylette's no lady. Just ask Kevin. He told me all about her. How she's desperate, clingy, would do anything to make a sale. How she kicked his cheating ass to the curb?" Jill interrupted sweetly. "That story, because that's my favourite one." "If you didn't blackmail someone or sleep with them, you had to have done something. There's no way they would have chosen your listing over mine. It's a waterfront. What did you promise them? What kind of deal did you make under the table?" "We had the property they wanted, that's all," I told him. Baz's face went from red to purple. "You don't understand. This was supposed to be mine. I had the relationship with the network. I had the better property. I had everything lined up." "Except the right house," I said, standing now too. "Character, history." "They wanted a murder scene, apparently," he spat, "which you didn't even disclose. That's probably fraud. I should report you to the board." "Of course it was disclosed. They were there when we found the body," Gavin said. I moved around my desk, stopping just out of his reach. They chose my business, not yours, so just deal with it. His hands shook. For a moment, I thought he might actually take a swing. Then he seemed to deflate, all that rage collapsing inward. "This isn't over," he said quietly, which was somehow worse than the shouting. "You think you've won? You have no idea what you've started. When this falls apart, and it will, everyone will know exactly what kind of agent you really are." "The kind who gets the TV show," Jill said. Baz turned on his heel and stalked out, slamming the door so hard the bell fell off and clattered onto the floor. We all stared at it for a moment. "Well," Gavin said finally, bending to pick it up. "That wasn't a good start to the day." "Kevin told him I was desperate and clingy," I said. "Kevin's an idiot," Jill said firmly, "and Baz is a sore loser. And what waterfront property? Did he mean the old bait shop?" I laughed. "Probably. It might have been good for a renovation show." "Needs to be a demolition show for that one," Jill muttered. "Are you okay?" Gavin asked me. I thought about it. Baz had just humiliated himself in front of my entire office. He'd shown his true colours, and more importantly, we'd gotten the listing that would put us on national television. "I'm fantastic," I said. "Should someone call Mark and warn him that Baz might try something?" Jill asked. I shook my head. "There's nothing Baz can do now. It's too late." I picked up my coffee and took a long sip. Outside, I saw Baz on his phone, gesturing wildly with his hands. Whatever he was planning, we'd deal with it. We had a TV show to film. Chapter 10. The TV crew arrived at Windward on Tuesday morning with 2 vans, a people mover, and enough equipment cases to suggest they were filming a feature, not a renovation show. Mark directed traffic with a clipboard, while Dane and Sienna stood on the porch. I parked across the street and watched them unload. Gavin pulled up beside me a minute later. "Ready for your television debut?" I asked. Gavin laughed. "I'm ready to stand in the background and look professional." We crossed the street. Mark spotted us and waved us over. "Vylette, Gavin, perfect timing," he said. "We need to film the initial walkthrough. Quick setup. Dane and Sienna are seeing the house for the first time. Well, pretending to see it for the first time. Gavin, you're the listing agent showing them through. Natural reactions, conversational tone. Should take 20 minutes max." "But they've already seen it," Gavin said. "Welcome to television," Mark said. "We need the moment on camera. You've done property tours before, right?" "Hundreds," Gavin said. "Then this is easy. Stand here." Mark positioned Gavin near the front steps, adjusted his jacket, and stepped back. "Cameras rolling. Just be yourself. Walk them through like you would any client. Ready? And action." Gavin gestured toward the door. "So, welcome to Windward House. This is a really great property. Very Victorian. Lots of original features." Dane and Sienna exchanged glances. Gavin opened the door and they stepped inside. "Here's the hallway. It's got boards, floorboards, original ones." "Cut," Mark said gently. "Gavin, mate, you're a real estate agent. You've done this 100 times. Just relax. Be natural." "I am being natural," Gavin said. "You're being a hostage reading a ransom note," Mark said. "Let's go again." We did. Gavin improved marginally, managed to mention the staircase without sounding like he was describing a crime scene, but he still looked like a man being filmed against his will. On the 4th take, Mark sighed and looked at me. "Vylette, can you do this?" "Do what?" "Show them through. You know the house. Just be natural. Gavin can stand off to the side looking professional." I hesitated. "Are you sure?" "Please," Mark said. We're burning daylight. I swapped places with Gavin. He looked relieved. Mark reset the shot. And action. I opened the door and stepped aside to let Dane and Sienna enter. Welcome to Windward House. Built in the 1880s, it's one of the best preserved examples of Victorian residential architecture in Driftwood Cove. They stepped into the hallway, and I watched their eyes go straight to the staircase, exactly where they should go. The original staircase is the heart of the house, I said. That newel post and handrail have been here since the house was built. The curve is shallow and correct. You can't fake that kind of craftsmanship anymore. Sienna ran her hand along the rail. Beautiful, she said, and I could tell she meant it, even though she'd already seen it days ago. We moved through the front room, and I pointed out the ceiling rose, the cornices, the hairline crack that told a story about the house settling over decades. Dame tested a window sash, and I explained how most of them were painted shut, but the frames were solid. In the kitchen, I didn't hide the dated laminate or the dented sink. This is the part where you two work your magic, I said. Everything else is about preservation. This is where you get to create. Cut, Mark said. Perfect. That's the one. Vylette, you're a natural. Gavin grinned. Told you. I'm never letting you live this down, I said. Mark printed off a release form and I signed it, half thrilled and half terrified that my face would be on national television. Gavin was clearly relieved to be off camera. By midday, the crew had moved inside and the real work began. Dane and Sienna walked the rooms with a contractor, making notes, measuring, debating tile choices in the kind of shorthand couples develop after years of working together. I stayed out of the way, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching. Not haunted watching, just aware. The way old houses are when strangers start pulling them apart. I was standing in the hallway, half listening to Sienna explain why subway tile was over when a pickup truck pulled up outside. A man climbed out, mid-40s, work boots, tool belt slung low. He moved with the casual confidence of someone who'd been in and out of job sites his whole life. Caleb Shaw. I recognised him from the funeral. The possessive hand on Donna's shoulder, the territorial body language. Up close, he had the kind of weathered handsomeness that came from working outdoors. Tanned skin, lines around his eyes, hands that looked like they knew tools better than paperwork. He knocked once on the open door and stepped in. Caleb Shaw, he said, offering a hand to Sienna. Fixtures and fittings. Mark said you might need someone local. Perfect timing, Sienna said, shaking his hand. We're about to gut the kitchen and both bathrooms. What's your speciality? Salvage and supply, Caleb said. I source period-appropriate fixtures, taps, handles, hinges, that sort of thing. If you want authenticity without the 3-month shipping wait, I'm your guy. Dane joined them, and they moved into the dining room, discussing tap finishes and cabinet hardware. I hung back, watching. Caleb had that easy charm contractors cultivate, friendly without being over-familiar, knowledgeable without lecturing. He laughed at something Dane said, clapped him on the shoulder, and moved toward the staircase. His hand skimmed the newel post as he passed. Not a casual touch, a measuring one. His fingers traced the curve, tested the join where it met the banister. His gaze lingered. Beautiful piece, he said to no one in particular. Original, I'd say. Mid-1800s. You could get good money for that if you ever wanted to sell it. Sienna glanced over. We're keeping it. It adds to the character, and we're trying to keep as much original as possible. Of course, Caleb said smoothly. Just saying, if you ever change your mind, I know collectors who'd pay top dollar for something like this. He moved with Dane to examine the bathroom fixtures. I followed at a distance, curious about his professional assessment, but also watching how he moved through the space. In the back bedroom, the one where Miles had died, Caleb paused in the doorway. The room had been cleared by forensics days ago, but a thin layer of dust had already settled on the bare floorboards. Caleb stepped inside, his work boots leaving distinctive tread marks, a crosshatch pattern with a worn left heel. He moved to the window, testing the sash mechanism. As he leaned against the frame, small flakes of old paint, that particular heritage cream Ina had chosen decades ago, dislodged and drifted to the floor. "Window needs work," he said to Dane. "Frame's solid, but the paint's compromised. I can source period-appropriate hardware if you're restoring rather than replacing." "We're restoring as much as we can," Dane confirmed. Caleb nodded, running his hand along the sill one more time before stepping back toward the door. His boots left the same crosshatch pattern in the dust as he walked. I stood in the hallway, watching. Something about the way he moved through that room felt practiced, like he'd been there before. Later, when Caleb was outside loading samples into his ute, I caught Gavin's eye. "Caleb Shaw," I said quietly. "Donna Hart's boyfriend." I noticed. And he's suddenly very interested in Windward's fixtures. Gavin frowned. "But that's what he does. Why do you think that's weird?" "I think it's convenient," I said. "Besides, Miles Hart, who he hated, just happened to be killed here. I'm keeping an eye on him." As Caleb's pickup pulled away, I noticed something on the back bumper, a smear of reddish dirt, the same colour as the clay soil in Windward's rose garden at the side of the house. I pulled out my phone and took a quick photo. Probably nothing, but I saved it anyway. That evening, after the crew wrapped for the day, I stayed behind. The house felt different with everyone gone, quieter, but not restful. The floors creaked under my weight, settling back into themselves after a day of strangers tramping through. I stood in the hallway and let the silence stretch. "I know you're not happy," I said to the empty house, "but they're trying to be respectful. They're keeping what matters." The air felt heavier, like someone had let out a long, dissatisfied breath. I could tell that I wasn't alone. There was a spirit in this house. It didn't feel like Miles was there at all. It was someone else, and I'd felt her on that first inspection with Miles and Sienna. At that moment, I knew I had to come back with Jill's ghost-hunting brother, Danny. Before I shut the door, I said, "I'm coming back. I want to hear what you've got to say." I felt a sense of satisfaction. I locked the front door and headed to my car. As I pulled away, I glanced back at Windward in the rearview mirror. The windows reflected the last of the daylight, blank and watchful. Chapter 11. I didn't drive straight home after leaving Windward. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my thoughts weren't. I thought about poor Donna's grief, the booking card tucked under the coaster, Caleb's practiced ease as he moved through the house where Miles had died, his boots leaving crosshatch patterns in the dust, like he'd been there before. I definitely had the feeling he'd been in that room before, in a way that I couldn't explain. Too many pieces, not enough picture. Instead of turning toward the headland and Briggs Manor, I turned toward the harbour and pulled into the small public beach access lot. The late afternoon sun was dropping toward the horizon, painting the water in shades of copper and gold. A few joggers moved along the water's edge in the distance, but the beach was mostly empty, exactly what I needed. I slipped off my shoes and left them in the car, then walked down the sandy path to the shore. The sand was cool and slightly damp, moulding to my feet with each step. I let out a breath I hadn't realised I'd been holding. The rhythmic sound of waves rolling in and retreating created a natural meditation, each surge marking time in a way that felt both ancient and immediate. I closed my eyes and let the salt air fill my lungs, trying to clear my mind of TV cameras and suspicious contractors and ex-wives who might not be as ex as they claimed. "Afternoon, dear." I opened my eyes to find Daisy Sullivan approaching on her mobility scooter, navigating the packed sand near the parking area with the confidence of someone who'd done this route 100 times. She wore a light cardigan over a floral blouse, and her white hair was neatly styled despite the sea breeze. "Daisy," I said, genuinely pleased to see her. "What brings you down here?" She brought the scooter to a stop and switched off the motor. "Same as you, I expect. Needed to clear my head." She gestured toward the water. "This is where I get my best ideas. Always has been. I come down here when Roger's at the home playing bingo and I need to think." "Are you and Roger just friends?" she added quickly. I gave a nod, wondering if they were dating and just didn't want anyone to know it. "I didn't know you came to the beach regularly." "Oh, every week," she said, settling into her seat. "Something about the waves. They put things in perspective, don't they? All our little dramas and worries, and the sea just keeps doing what it's always done. Rather humbling." I smiled. That's exactly why I stopped. "Rough day?" she asked, her keen eyes taking in more than most people would. "Long day," I said carefully. "The TV filming, the case, it's a lot." Daisy nodded knowingly. "Jack tells me you've been very helpful with the investigation. He doesn't say much, mind you, proper professional, my boy, but I can tell when he's grateful for good information." "I'm just trying to help where I can." "That's what makes you good at what you do, dear. You pay attention." She glanced out at the water. Miles Hart was a good man. Stubborn as they come, mind you. Once he got an idea about heritage protection in his head, there was no talking him out of it. But he cared about this town. I felt a prickle of awareness, the air shifting slightly, cooling, but I kept my attention on Daisy. "Did you know him well?" I asked. "Well enough. We served together on a few committees over the years. He had strong opinions about the developer wanting to buy up Maple Row." She paused, then added, "Though I suspect his opposition wasn't entirely about heritage. Personal grudges have a way of dressing themselves up in noble causes." "What do you mean?" Daisy smiled gently. "Just that people are complicated, dear, even good people. Miles wanted to protect the town, yes, but he also wanted to prove he was right. Wanted to show certain people they'd made a mistake." She attracted her cardigan. "Human nature, that is." The air behind Daisy shimmered slightly, and I caught the faint outline of Captain Briggs materialising about 10 feet away, hands clasped behind his back, watching the waves. He didn't acknowledge me directly, but I knew he was listening. "That's very true," I said, trying not to let my gaze drift toward the captain. "The challenge," Daisy continued, "is sorting out which battles are worth fighting. Miles never quite learned that lesson. He fought everything, even when compromise might have served him better." "Stubborn sailor," the captain murmured from behind her, just loud enough for me to hear. "Those are the ones who go down with the ship." I frowned slightly, not at Daisy, but at the captain's comment. Daisy noticed. Something I said, dear? No, just thinking about battles worth fighting. Experience tells you, she said. Ask yourself, am I fighting for the right reasons or just fighting? She glanced at her watch. Goodness, Roger will be done with bingo soon. He gets grumpy if I'm not there for afternoon tea. She started her scooter. Don't stay too long, dear. Wind picks up at dusk. I won't. Thank you, Daisy. Any time, love. She gave me a warm smile and guided her scooter back toward the parking area, leaving faint tracks in the packed sand. As soon as she was out of earshot, Captain Briggs walked forward, his translucent form more solid now in the golden late afternoon light. His naval coat caught the breeze, or the memory of it, and he came to stand beside me, gazing out at the water. Wise woman, he said. She is, I agreed, though I wish you wouldn't make comments while I'm trying to have a normal conversation. Where would be the sport in that? His mouth quirked. Besides, you handled it well enough. I couldn't help but smile. Did you follow me here, or did you just happen to be nearby? The manor felt empty without you, lass, and the sea called. We started walking slowly along the water's edge, the waves washing over my feet with each surge. The captain kept pace beside me, his form steady and reassuring, despite him being a ghost. It's the pieces that don't fit, I said finally. Donna's saying they'd reconciled, but she's choosing Caleb now. Jasper working for the very developer his stepfather opposed. Caleb knowing exactly what every fixture in that house is worth, leaving tracks in the room where Miles died like he'd been there before. I kicked at a piece of seaweed. And me, in the middle of it all, supposed to be selling a house while a murder investigation unfolds around it. Do you think the killer is among them? The captain asked. I think someone is lying. Maybe all of them are lying, just about different things. I stopped walking and stared out at the horizon. What would you do? The captain was quiet for a long moment, his gaze distant. I once sailed with a man who claimed to be an honest merchant. Good references, clean ledger, proper papers. But there was something about him, the way he watched the cargo too closely, the way he tensed when we passed naval vessels. Nothing I could name, just instinct. What happened? I kept my eyes open, watched, waited, and sure enough, 2 weeks out of Portsmouth, we caught him trying to smuggle contraband in false-bottomed crates. He'd been clever about it, would have gotten away with it if I hadn't been paying attention to what felt wrong rather than what looked right. So trust my instincts, is that what you're saying? Trust what you observe, lass. People can lie with their words, but their actions tell the truth eventually. The way that contractor moved through the house, you noticed it because something felt practiced. The booking card on Donna's table, ye saw it because it didn't fit the story she was telling. He turned to look at me directly. That's not luck. That's good seamanship. You seem to know everything. I don't remember telling you that bit. A seagull landed nearby, eyeing us with that calculating look seagulls have, apparently deciding we were unlikely to provide food. It took off again with an indignant squawk. But what if I'm wrong? I asked. What if I'm seeing patterns that aren't there because I want to solve this? Good seamanship, the captain said simply. A good sailor reads the signs and changes course when evidence demands it. But you don't ignore what ye see just because it might be inconvenient. I resumed walking, enjoying the simple pleasure of sand between my toes and the steady, undemanding presence of the captain beside me. Unlike Jack with his professional cautions, or Aunt Lily with her protective instincts, or even Gavin with his practical worries, the captain never tried to talk me out of following my convictions. He simply offered counsel and trusted me to make my own decisions. "Daisy's right, you know," I said after a while, "about choosing which battles to fight. Miles fought everything. Maybe that's what got him killed. He wouldn't compromise, wouldn't back down." "Yes," the captain agreed, "but there's a difference between stubbornness and principle. Miles' heart fought for something he believed in. That's worth respecting, even if his methods were flawed." "He was trying to save the town's character," I said. "Keep it from becoming just another tourist trap with high-rises blocking the view." "And what about you?" the captain asked gently. "What are you fighting for?" I thought about that as we walked. Truth, I suppose. Justice for Miles. Making sure the right person is held accountable. And maybe proving to myself that I can handle this. That I'm not just a real estate agent who stumbles into murders. That I can actually help. "You've already proven that," the captain said. "Multiple times, if memory serves. The question is whether you believe it." The sun was lower now. The beach had emptied even more, just a couple walking a dog in the distance. "I should get back," I said. "I'm meeting Danny tomorrow night to do a proper investigation of Windward with his ghost hunting equipment. The spirit there, she's not at peace. She's worried about the renovations." "You'll do right by her," the captain said. "Thank you," I said, "for this. For not trying to talk me out of caring about any of it." "Caring's not something to be talked out of, lass. It's what makes you good at what you do, both the real estate and the rest of it." He gazed out at the horizon one more time. "The sea teaches patience. The tide comes in and goes out on its own schedule, not ours. But it always reveals what's hidden eventually. Trust that the truth will surface. Just be ready when it does." I will be. As we turned back towards the parking area, the captain began to fade, his form becoming less distinct in the dimming light. "I'll see you back at the manor, lass. Fair winds." "And following seas," I replied. He disappeared completely, leaving me alone on the beach with just the sound of waves and my own thoughts, clearer now, more settled than when I'd arrived. I walked back to my car, brushed the sand off my feet and slipped my shoes back on. As I started the engine and pulled out of the lot, I glanced at the beach one more time in my rearview mirror. The water caught the last of the golden light, peaceful and eternal. Tomorrow I'd hunt ghosts at Windward with Danny. But tonight, I'd found exactly what I needed: perspective, clarity, and the reminder that sometimes the best way forward is to stop moving and let the tide reveal what's been hidden all along. Chapter 12. The next night I met Danny at Windward just after dark. Danny's van sat at the curb, back doors open, and his equipment cases were stacked high. "I'm not sure what we'll find, but the house has been through a lot this week. If there's energy lingering, tonight's the night to find it before the property officially changes hands." "Got it." I unlocked the front door. Danny stepped in behind me and paused, head tilted like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. "Okay," he said softly. "Let's set up." He unpacked the EMF meter on the hall table, digital recorder near the stairs, a second recorder in the front room. He pulled out the REM pod, the little LED halo that chirped when something disturbed its field, and set it on the mantelpiece. "Baseline readings first," he said, moving through the rooms with the EMF meter. The bars stayed green, ticking yellow near the old wiring in the kitchen, then settling again. Normal. No electrical anomalies. So far, I said. So far, he agreed. We moved upstairs, then headed back down. The back bedroom where Miles had died was noticeably colder than the rest of the house. Danny checked the window seals, tested the air vents. Everything was sealed tight. Temperature drop, he said, glancing at his handheld gauge. 3 degrees from the hallway to here. This is where we found him. Oh, Danny said. That's interesting. We settled in the front room and Danny pressed record on both devices. Little red lights started blinking steadily. If there's anyone here, Danny asked, we're not here to disturb you. We just want to understand. If you'd like to communicate, we're listening. Silence. The house creaked once, settling into the night. I took a breath. We know this house is about to be renovated. We know changes are happening. If that's upsetting to you, we'd like to know. The REM pod on the mantelpiece flickered once. Not a sustained light, just a brief pulse, there and gone. Danny and I looked at each other. Was that a yes? I asked the empty room. 2 soft knocks came from somewhere near the stairs. Deliberate, polite, like someone tapping on a door they weren't sure they should open. That's a yes, Danny murmured. He leaned toward the recorder. Can you tell us your name? Silence stretched. Then the REM pod pulsed again, longer this time, a slow heartbeat of light. Are you the original owner of this house? I asked. 2 knocks. Clear. Unmistakable. Danny exhaled slowly. Okay, we hear you. You don't like the changes being made? 1 knock. That was a no. I frowned. You do like the changes? 1 knock again. Wait, I said. You don't mind the changes, but you don't like them either. 2 knocks. Danny rubbed his forehead. Okay, we're confusing him. No, it's a woman. I can feel it. Danny stared at me. Let me try. Are you worried about the house losing its character? 2 knocks. Yes. Do you want the house preserved exactly as it was? I asked. 1 knock. No. So you want it updated, but respectfully, Danny said. 2 knocks. Yes. I let out a breath. We'll do our best. The people renovating it, they care about keeping what matters. The REM pod pulsed once more, gentle and brief, like a nod of acknowledgement. We sat in the quiet for another 20 minutes, asking questions, getting occasional responses, soft knocks, temperature shifts, the REM pod's patient blinking. The spirit felt old, female, and cautious. She wasn't angry. She was watching. What about Miles' heart? Danny asked eventually. The man who died here, is he still in the house? Nothing. The REM pod stayed dark. The room stayed still. He's moved on, I said quietly. Really? Yes, I can't feel him around at all. Vylette, I told you you're a natural. You're starting to feel things. I shrugged, not wanting to admit it. I did live with a ghost sea captain, so perhaps that made me more open to these kinds of things. It's unusual for a spirit not to linger after a murder. Maybe he didn't have unfinished business, I said. Or maybe he did, and someone iced it for him. We packed up just before 10. She's protective of the house itself, I said, understanding flooding through me. She didn't interfere when Miles was here because he was trying to preserve it. But when strangers come with hammers and drills, she gets defensive, Danny finished. That's right. Are you going to tell Dane and Sienna about the spirit in the house? Danny asked. No, they might not believe it anyway. It takes special people to believe the way we do. Danny grinned. This is true. Back at Briggs Manor, the library was warm and lamplit, the fire doing its quiet work in the grate. Briggs stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gaze lingering out to sea. You're late, he said without turning. Long day? Long night, I said, dropping into my chair. Ghost hunting at Windward. Aye, he turned, eyebrows lifting. And what did the old girl have to say? I wasn't surprised he knew about the ghost in Windward. She's worried, I said, about the renovations. She doesn't want the house gutted, but she's not opposed to updates. She just wants it done respectfully. The captain nodded slowly. A fair ask. A house is more than timber and nails. It's a record of who lived there, who loved it, who kept it standing when the storms came. To strip that away for fashion's sake is to erase the story. A rush of air moved the curtain, and Edgar slid through the open window, black wings folding as he landed on the mantelpiece. He tilted his head, one bright eye fixing on me. Meddling, he observed. Helping, I corrected. Wah! Same thing, Edgar said, settling onto his perch with a dismissive fluff of feathers. The captain poured a measure of brandy, ritual, not refreshment, and the room took on that particular stillness the manor kept for conversations that mattered. There's a developer in town, I said. Leon Park. He wants to buy up the whole street, knock the houses down and build high-rises, block the view with glass towers and turn Driftwood Cove into some kind of coastal resort. The captain's face darkened. A man who sees land as coin and heritage as inconvenience. Exactly, I said. Miles Hart was trying to stop him. Got the Historical Society to push for heritage listings on everything. That's why he was in Windward, taking photos for the application. And he died for his trouble, the captain said, his voice dropping to that low, grave register. Aye, there's the shape of it. A man stands between profit and principle, and profit has sharp elbows. Edgar clicked his beak. What? Money, he said, the word dripping with disdain. Ruin. They've heritage listed Windward now, I said, which means the TV show has to jump through hoops for every change. They are taking it in their stride. Maybe they're doing the show from that angle now. Who knows? The captain's jaw tightened. In my day, lass, a developer like that would have been laughed out of the harbour master's office. You don't tear down what anchors a town just to build something taller and shinier. The sea doesn't care how high your tower is. It'll take it down all the same when the wind turns. Leon doesn't care about the sea, I said. He cares about profit margins and penthouse views. I don't see him leaving without a fight. Then he's a fool, the captain said flatly. And fools sink ships. Edgar hopped along the mantel, his claws making small, precise clicks against the wood. Greed, he said. Predictable. The irony, I continued, is that Miles's stepson works for Leon Park. His name is Jasper Quinn. He's a junior planner at Park Urban, the company that wants to bulldoze everything Miles tried to protect. The captain turned fully from the window now, his gaze sharpening. The lad turned his coat. Or never wore one, I said. Miles raised him from when he was 2, but they were estranged by the time Jasper was 16. He dropped the Hart name, took his mother's maiden name, and went to work for the enemy. That's a wound that doesn't heal clean, the captain said quietly. A son who rejects his father's name rejects the man entirely. And if the father's cause stands in the way of the son's fortune... He let the sentence hang. You think Jasper could have killed him? I asked. I think, the captain said carefully, that a man caught between two masters, blood and coin, will choose the one that feeds him. Whether that choice led to murder, I cannot say. But motive is a tide, lass. It moves where pressure pushes. Edgar gave a soft, derisive caw. Wah! Family, he said. Overrated. Not always, the captain said, pouring another measure though the glass was still full. But when it sours deep. I stared into the fire, watching the flames work their way through the wood. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to Dane and Sienna, ask them a bit more detail about their plans for the house. Good, the captain said. A house that remembers itself is a house worth saving. And a ghost that watches over it, I added, deserves a little respect. Aye, the captain said, lifting his glass in a small salute. To the old girl, then. May she keep her character and her peace. Edgar clicked once in agreement, and the three of us sat in the warm, lamp-lit quiet, while outside the sea kept its steady work and the town slept, unaware of the battles being fought over timber and heritage, and the stories houses tell. Chapter 13. The next morning, I drove back to Windward with a plan and a prayer. The TV crew was already there, vans parked, equipment cases stacked, the sound of drills and hammers echoing through the open windows. I found Dane and Sienna in the front room, standing over a spread of tile samples like generals debating strategy. Vylette, Sienna said, looking up. Good timing. Subway tile or hexagon? Neither of you can help it, I said before I could stop myself. Dane's eyebrows went up. Strong opinion. Can we talk? I asked. Just for a minute, outside. They exchanged a glance and followed me onto the porch. The morning air was cool, the street quiet except for a gull working over something near the curb. What's up? Dane asked. I took a breath. I know you're under pressure to deliver a transformation. Big reveals, modern finishes, all of that. But this house, it has integrity. Original details that you can't fake or buy back once they're gone. The stair rail, the ceiling roses, the sash windows. If you strip all that out to make it look like every other renovation on TV, you'll lose what makes it special. Sienna crossed her arms. We're not planning to gut it. We're going with the guidelines of the Heritage Society. I know, I said. But I also know how these things go. A producer says, we need more impact, and suddenly original cornices are coming down to make room for downlights. I'm asking you, please keep what matters. Modern specs in the kitchen and bathrooms, fine, but the bones of this house, leave them alone. Dane leaned against the porch post, studying me. You care a lot about this place. Keeping the original features, even when the society don't specify the details, will get you better resale value. Buyers pay for authenticity. They can get a modern box anywhere. This house has character. That's rare. I just want you to keep as much as possible. Sienna glanced at Dane. She's not wrong.
No, Dane agreed. She's not.
We've already decided to keep the stair and the ceiling roses, Sienna said. The windows stay. We're restoring them, not replacing them. And the porch lacework? That's staying too. It's one of the hero shots. I felt something in my chest unclench. Thank you.
We're not monsters, Dane said, smiling slightly.
We know what we're working with. This house deserves respect. And honestly, the network loves heritage preservation stories right now. Saved, not scraped, is good for ratings. Plus, Sienna added, if we do this right, the heritage approval process becomes content. We show viewers how to work with restrictions, how to honour history while making it livable. That's a win. So you're keeping the character, I said, just to hear it confirmed. We're keeping the character, Sienna said. Modern kitchen, modern bathrooms, updated wiring and plumbing. Everything else? We're working with what's here. Good, I said. That's really good. I hoped it would be all right with the ghost. Dane pushed off the post. Now, can you help us pick tile? Because Sienna wants hexagons, and I think they're trying too hard. They're classic, Sienna protested. They're trendy, Dane countered. I followed them back inside, relieved and cautiously optimistic. The house creaked underfoot as we moved through the hallway. Not a complaint, just acknowledgement. The old girl was listening. By lunchtime, the decisions were made. White subway tile in the bathroom, Dane won. Hexagons in the kitchen backsplash, Sienna's consolation prize. Original floorboards restored and sealed. Walls repaired and painted in soft heritage colours that wouldn't fight the bones of the house. I left them to their work and drove back to the office, where Jill had coffee waiting and a stack of messages that could wait another hour. How'd it go? She asked. They're keeping what they can, modern where it matters, preserved where it counts. So the ghost will be happy, Jill said deadpan. I blinked. What? Danny told me you two went ghost hunting last night, she said. He said the original owner is protective but reasonable, his words. Of course he did, I muttered. For what it's worth, Jill said, I think you did the right thing. That house deserves better than being turned into a showroom. Thanks, I said. That night, back at Briggs Manor, I gave the good news to the captain. I did what I could, influence the TV couple as much as possible. The captain was satisfied. I hoped the old girl of the house would be too. Chapter 14. Jack showed up at the office just after 5, when the light was going soft and Jill was locking the filing cabinets. He knocked once, polite, professional, and stepped in when I waved him through. Vylette, he said. Got a minute? Always, I said, gesturing to the chair across from my desk. What's up? He sat, pulling a small notebook from his jacket pocket, but not opening it yet. I need to ask you about 2 nights ago. You were at Windward around 8 p.m. I need to know why. I thought fast. Danny wanted to test some equipment. His EMF meter, electromagnetic field reader. He's into that sort of thing. He thinks the place might be haunted. I went along to keep him company. Inside the house? Jack asked. Outside, I said smoothly. We stayed on the porch and the front path. Danny took some readings from the exterior. I was just there for moral support. Jack's eyes didn't leave mine. You didn't go inside? Just for a minute. Danny was testing baseline readings from outside the property and needed an inside reading. He's thorough like that.
Jack wrote something down. And how long were you there?
Maybe an hour. Danny got what he needed and we left.
He nodded, still writing. You should know, we've had surveillance on the property since the day after Miles Hart's body was found. My stomach did a small, uncomfortable flip. I didn't know that. We're just seeing who comes and goes. You and Danny were inside for approximately 40 minutes. I didn't blink.
That long? It didn't seem that long. Danny's equipment works better with controlled variables, I said. We weren't disturbing anything.
What were you doing there exactly?
Danny's hobby is paranormal investigation, I said. He wanted to see if there was any residual energy in the house. I went along because I didn't want him going alone.
Jack's mouth twitched, almost a smile, not quite. Paranormal investigation?
I know how it sounds, I said, but it's harmless. Dane and Sienna wouldn't mind. They know I still have a set of keys. We weren't tampering with evidence or interfering with your case.
No, Jack said, you weren't. But when a murder victim is found in a house and someone shows up at night with electronic equipment, it raises questions.
Fair enough, I said. I should have told you beforehand.
You should have, Jack agreed. He stood, tucking the notebook away. For the record, I don't care what Danny was looking for, but if you're going back to that property after hours, I need to know. Understood? Understood, I said. He moved toward the door, then paused. How's the sale progressing?
It was an all-cash deal with a fast closing. The deal is done. The renovation is underway. The heritage listing is complicating approvals, but they're managing.
And the TV show?
Still filming, I said.
Jack nodded. Good. The sooner this wraps up, the better for everyone.
Agreed, I said.
The sooner Jack solved Miles Hart's murder, the sooner the TV episode could air, and the sooner Driftwood Cove properties would be on national television. It was mercenary, but it was also true. Jack left without another word. Jill waited until his car pulled away before turning to me. He knows you went inside, she said.
He does, I agreed.
Are you in trouble?
Not yet, I said, but I need to be more careful. I didn't get any permission from the new owners.
Jill grabbed her coat and keys. I'm going home. Try not to get arrested before morning.
I'll do my best.
After Jill left, I sat in the quiet office, staring at the stack of paperwork on my desk and thinking about surveillance cameras and EMF meters and the fine line between curiosity and obstruction.
Chapter 15.
The next morning, I was unlocking the office door when Baz Matthews appeared beside me like a storm cloud with expensive shoes. West, he said. Matthews, I replied, not looking at him. He waited while I got the door open, then followed me inside without being invited. Jill wasn't in yet, too early, even for her, and the office felt smaller with Baz standing in it. Can I help you? I asked, setting my bag on the desk. I thought I'd offer some advice, Baz said, colleague to colleague. How kind, I said. He didn't sit. He stood with his hands in his pockets, jacket perfectly pressed. I've noticed a pattern with you, Vylette. Bad things follow you around like flies to a rubbish pit. I turned to face him fully. Excuse me? Marshmallow Cottage, he said, ticking off on his fingers. Murder, haunted house rumours. You barely escaped that one intact. The stager I loaned you was murdered in your listing. And now Windward. Another murder, another mess. You can't seem to list a property without someone dying in it. That's not fair, I said. No,
Baz agreed. But you're starting to look like bad luck, and in this business, perception is everything. What's your point? My point, he said, stepping closer, is that clients talk. They see the headlines, they hear the gossip, and when they're deciding who to trust with the biggest financial transaction of their lives, they remember who's been connected to murder investigations. I'm not connected to anything, I said. I'm a real estate agent who happened to list properties where crimes occurred. That's not the same thing. Isn't it? Baz asked. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like a pattern. And patterns make people nervous. I held his gaze. Is that all? No, he said. I'm also here to remind you that Leon Park is watching this situation very closely. He's got a lot riding on that development. If the heritage listing sticks and Windward becomes a symbol for preservation, it sets a precedent. Every other property on that street becomes harder to buy. His entire project could collapse. That's not my problem, I said. It will be, Baz said, if he decides you're standing in his way. Leon doesn't take obstacles lightly, and neither do I. Are you threatening me? I'm warning you, Baz said. Bad things follow you, Vylette. Maybe it's time to step back before they catch up. I've made you this offer before, and I'm making it one more time. Join forces with me. Bring your staff, and you can have your own little enterprise within mine. No, thank you. We're doing just fine as we are. Can't you see that you're not? That's why I'm here. I can bury your reputation within mine. Together, we could be an unstoppable force. 2 empires combined, like the Romans and the Egyptians. Well, you're no Mark Antony, and I'm not Cleopatra. He frowned. You're missing the point deliberately. He gave a long, drawn-out sigh. He turned and walked to the door, paused with his hand on the frame. One more thing. That TV show? They won't air an episode with an unsolved murder attached to it. Too much liability. So unless Jack Sullivan wraps this up fast, your big television debut isn't happening. Thought you should know. He left. The door swung shut behind him, the bell giving a small, resentful chime. I stood in the empty office, hands clenched at my sides, and let the anger settle before it could do something stupid. Bad things follow you. He wasn't wrong. Marshmallow Cottage had been a nightmare. Murder, ghosts, paranoia. Then the property stager was murdered in another property, and now Windward. Another body, another investigation. Another headline with my name buried somewhere in the middle. Jill arrived 10 minutes later, took one look at my face. She had 2 take-out coffees in her hand and set one in front of me. Thanks. Baz? She asked. Baz, I confirmed. What did he want? To remind me that I'm cursed, I said, and that Leon Park is watching. You're not cursed, Jill said. You're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Repeatedly. That's what cursed means, I said. She smiled. Fair point. But you're still here. The business is still standing. And you're going to be on TV. That's good. I guess, I said. Now drink your coffee and stop letting Baz Matthews live rent-free in your head. I did. And by the time Gavin arrived at 9, I'd decided Baz could take his warnings and his smug predictions and shove them where the heritage listings didn't reach. Bad things might follow me since I moved back to Driftwood Cove, but I wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 16. I was sorting through listing photos when my phone rang, when Detective Sullivan's mother's name flashed on the screen. Hi, Daisy. Vylette, dear. I wanted you to hear it from me first. The council's approved the heritage listing for Windwood House. It's official as of this morning. I was shocked. I had been told it had already gone through, unless Daisy had a lapse of memory or something. I played along. That's great, Daisy. Congratulations. Thank you, dear. We're very pleased. It sets a wonderful precedent for the rest of Maple Row. Now, I know this complicates things for your television people, but heritage protection is so important for our town's character, don't you think? Absolutely. That's the spirit, Daisy said. I'll let you get back to work. Give my love to that handsome detective son of mine. My mouth fell open as she ended the call. Sometimes the woman didn't seem all there. Did she realise what she just said? I stared at my phone for a long moment, then texted Mark Withers. Council approved heritage listing. It's official. Call me. He called 30 seconds later. Tell me this is a joke, Mark blurted out. What's wrong? I didn't know the heritage people would be this difficult. I've done some research on these things. Do you have any idea how much extra this is going to cost us? Mark's voice went up half an octave. Time, money, legal fees. We're looking at delays that could push us into next season. This is a disaster. You knew, though. Why are you saying this now? You knew it was heritage listed and it wasn't ideal. I told you. Not ideal, Mark cut in. Vylette, we trusted you to handle this listing. You should have known this was coming. You should have warned us before we signed contracts. You knew before signing the contract and you were happy to go ahead. Then you should have done more due diligence and fully explained exactly what it would mean. We've dealt with heritage-listed homes before, but the Driftwood Cove Heritage Committee is totally unreasonable, Mark said. Our legal team is reviewing our options. This might constitute misrepresentation. My stomach dropped. Mark, we should have stuck with Baz Matthews. We'll be in touch, he said, and ended the call. I sat in the sudden silence, staring at the phone in my hand, but no reply came. Jill looked over from her desk. That didn't sound good, she said. They're talking about suing me, I said. Can they? I don't know, I admitted, but I can't afford to find out. They said I should have told them what it would mean to be heritage listed, but I thought everyone knew it would be so much more complicated. Jill nodded. Even I know you can't do what you want with the house and need approvals for everything. My phone rang again. I glanced at the screen and felt every muscle in my body tense. Kevin, my ex. I let it ring twice more before answering. Hello? Vylette, Kevin said, his voice doing that smooth lawyer thing he always did when he wanted something. I heard someone's thinking of suing you. News travels fast, I said. It does in legal circles, he said. A TV production company threatened with heritage delays. That's the kind of case people talk about. I wanted to reach out and organ outside. I'm not being sued, I said. Not yet, Kevin agreed. But when a network says they're reviewing options, they mean they're building a case. You need representation, Vylette, and I'm willing to do it pro bono. I closed my eyes. Kevin. I know things ended badly between us, but I still care about you. I don't want to see you get destroyed by a network with deep pockets and expensive lawyers. Let me help. You threw me out, I said, the words coming before I could stop them. You married someone you'd obviously been having an affair with, and then got your secretary pregnant, all within a few months. Now you want to help me? Silence on the other end, but that didn't last long. I made mistakes. I'm trying to make amends, he said. By swooping in when Alex, I asked. That's not amends, Kevin. That's opportunism. Vylette, be responsible. I am being reasonable. And reasonably, I'm saying no. I don't need your help. You can't afford not to direct it, Kevin said, an equity creeping into his voice. They'll bury you in legal fees before the case even starts. At least with me, no, I said. Thank you for the offer, but no. Vylette. I ended the call and set the phone face down on my desk. My hands were shaking. Jill stood and crossed to my desk, setting a glass of water in front of me. Kevin? Kevin, I confirmed. Offering to help? Pro bono legal representation, I said, because he still cares. Jill made a noise somewhere between a snort and a laugh. Of course he does. My phone rang again. Kevin. I ignored it. It rang through to voicemail. A minute later, it rang again. Answer it, Jill said. Tell him to stop. I picked up. Kevin, I said no. Just hear me out, he said. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. Let me explain why this is a good idea. It's not a good idea, I said, and I don't need 5 minutes to know that. You're being stubborn, Kevin said, his voice hardening. You always do this. You'd rather struggle alone than accept help from people who actually care about you. People who care don't cheat on their wives and get their secretaries pregnant, I said. That's not fair. Goodbye, Kevin, I said, and ended the call. I blocked his number. Gavin, who'd been sitting at his desk trying very hard to look like he wasn't listening, finally looked up. You okay? I will be, I said. If you need someone to talk to him, no, I said quickly. He'll probably sue you for something too. Kevin's good at that. Gavin smiled grimly. Fair enough. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is Kevin. Unblock my number. We need to talk. I deleted it. Jill sat back at her desk. You did the right thing. I know, I said, but it doesn't feel good. It never does, Jill said. That's how you know it's the right thing. I picked up my coffee, took a long drink, and went back to sorting listing photos. The TV show might sue me. Kevin might keep calling. The heritage listing might derail everything. But I wasn't taking help from a man who'd thrown me away the moment someone shinier came along. Bad things might follow me, like Baz said. But I wasn't desperate enough to let Kevin back in. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 17. That evening, I went to Windward, hoping to talk with Mark. He wasn't there, no one was, and I noticed the front door was left open. I wanted to check that all the windows were secure and the doors properly locked. I didn't want to get sued for a break-in. I was in the back bedroom when I noticed them. Boot prints in the dust. The room had been cleaned after forensics finished, but construction dust had settled again over the past few days, and there, clearly visible in the late afternoon light, were boot prints. The cross-hatch pattern with the distinctive worn left heel. I crouched down, studying them. They led from the doorway to the window, then back again. The same path Caleb had walked during his fixture consultation. But there was something else. I got a flash of memory. A second set of the same prints. Fainter, older, partially obscured by the newer ones, but the same distinctive pattern. My stomach tightened as I pulled out my phone and took photos. Wide shots of the prints, close-ups of the tread pattern, shots showing the path from door to window. Then I called Jack. It went to voicemail. Jack, it's Vylette. I'm at Windward and I found something. I think I remember on the day we found Miles, there were boot prints. I think they belong to Caleb Shaw. Call me. I hung up and stood there for a long moment, staring at those prints. Caleb had been in this room twice, once legitimately during the consultation, and once before, possibly the night Miles died. I locked up and drove home, but I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. Later that evening, I was still thinking about the boot prints when I decided to drive past Caleb's workshop, just to see if his ute was there, if he was working late. Driftwood Cove fixtures and fittings sat on the industrial edge of town, a converted warehouse with a small shop front and a larger workshop out back. Caleb's white ute was parked in front, along with his work van. I slowed as I passed, not stopping, just observing. And that's when I saw it under the floodlight. The same reddish clay soil I'd seen on his ute bumper, splattered along the bottom of his van. Fresh. Recent. Windward's rose garden had that exact soil. Heavy clay, distinctive red-orange colour from the iron content. I kept driving, pulled around the corner and parked. My hands were shaking slightly as I pulled out my phone and called Jack again. This time he answered. Vylette, I found something else. Caleb Shaw's van. It has the same red clay soil on it that's all through Windward's garden. That specific soil type. And the boot prints I told you about? They're from Caleb's boots. I watched him walk through that bedroom recently, and he left the exact same tread pattern. Jack was quiet for a beat. You're sure about the soil? I took photos of the smear on his ute bumper when he was at Windward earlier this week. Same colour, same texture as the garden soil. And now his van has fresh spatters of it. Where are you now? Parked near his workshop. I was just driving home and saw the van. Go home, Jack said firmly. Don't approach him. Don't do anything else. I have photos of footprints from the forensics, and if they belong to Caleb, I'd be very interested to hear what he has to say. Jack, he's been to Windward more than once. Those boot prints. I know. We'll look into it. But Vylette, you need to step back now. I don't want you anywhere near him. Okay, I said. I'm going home. I drove to Briggs Manor, sent Jack all the photos, and tried to convince myself I'd done the right thing. Chapter 18. The next day, before work, I drove to Aunt Lily's without calling first. She opened the door before I knocked, she always did, and took one look at my face before pulling me inside. Kettle's on, she said. Sit. I sat at her kitchen table while she bustled around, pulling out biscuits and jam, slicing cheese, arranging everything on a plate like I was 12 and had skinned my knee. When she finally sat down across from me with 2 steaming mugs of tea, I felt something in my chest loosen. Kevin called, I said. Lily's mouth flattened into a line. What did he want? The TV show's threatening to sue me over the heritage listing. Kevin offered to represent me pro bono. Said he still cares. That man wouldn't know care if it bit him, Lily said. What did you tell him? No. Then I blocked his number. Good girl, Lily said, pushing the plate of biscuits toward me. Eat something. You look peaked. I took a biscuit and bit into it. The whole thing's a mess, Aunt Lily. The heritage listing, the TV show, Miles Hart's murder still unsolved. And Baz told me bad things follow me. He's not entirely wrong. Baz Matthews is a pompous windbag, Lily said firmly. Bad things don't follow you. You're just unlucky in your timing. That's what Jill told me. Then listen to Jill, Lily said. Now, tell me about this murder. What does Jack think happened? I wrapped my hands around the warm mug. He's not saying much, but there are 3 people who had reasons to want Miles' heart dead. Lily leaned forward, eyes bright. Go on. Leon Park, the developer, Caleb Shaw, Donna's boyfriend, and Jasper Quinn, Miles's stepson. Jasper, Lily said thoughtfully. Donna's boy, the one who works for Leon Park. That's him, I said. What do you know about him? Lily settled back in her chair, the way she does when she's about to tell a story. Just what I told you before. Jasper and Miles were oil and water from the time the boy hit his teens, Lily said. Miles was all about preservation, heritage, history, keeping things the way they were. Jasper wanted progress, development, money. They fought constantly. That must have hurt Miles, I said. It did, Lily confirmed. But Miles kept trying. Invited Jasper to historical society meetings, tried to get him interested in the town's past. Jasper would show up once in a while to keep the peace with Donna, but you could see he didn't want to be there. And then he went and got himself a job with Leon Park's company. The ultimate betrayal, I said. Miles saw it that way, though I suspect Jasper saw it as finally choosing his own path. Can't say I blame the boy entirely. Hard to live under the shadow of a man who cares more about old buildings than his own family. Do you think Jasper could have killed him? I asked. Lily considered. If there was money involved, a big promotion, a bonus tied to Leon's development, then maybe. Ambition can turn a person cruel if the prize is big enough. I took another biscuit. What about Leon Park himself? Leon, Lily said, her voice dropping slightly. Now there's a man who sees people as obstacles or assets, nothing in between. He's been buying up property along the waterfront for 2 years, quietly, through shell companies. Wants to build a resort, high-rises, marina, the works. Sees Driftwood Cove as the next big thing. And Miles was standing in his way, I said. Miles and the entire historical society, Lily confirmed. Leon tried charm first, offered to incorporate heritage elements into his designs, promised funding for a museum. When that didn't work, he got aggressive. Threatened legal action, accused the society of blocking economic development. There was a town meeting last year where they nearly came to blows. I didn't hear about that, I said. It was before you moved back, Lily said. Leon called Miles an obstructionist relic. Miles called Leon a profiteering vandal. Security had to separate them. Bad blood ever since. So Leon had motive, I said. Motive, means, and opportunity, Lily said. The man has money, connections, and no shortage of people willing to do his dirty work if the price is right. I sipped my tea. And Caleb Shaw? Caleb's got a temper. Everyone knows it. He did time for assault about 5 years back. Donna waited for him, visited every week. Some say that's why he's so possessive. He thinks she saved him, gave him a second chance. He'd do anything for her. Anything. Interesting. He runs sound for the Driftwood Cove Amateur Theatre, and I've heard more than one actor say they've seen him lose it backstage. Throws equipment, punches walls. Never hits anyone, mind you, but it's there, simmering just under the surface. He seemed calm at the funeral, I said. Calm when people are watching, Lily corrected. But I've heard stories. He and Miles hated each other, properly hated. Miles thought Caleb was beneath Donna. Caleb thought Miles was a self-righteous hypocrite. They had words at the pub 2 years ago. Caleb accused Miles of still controlling Donna even though they weren't living together. Miles told him to stay away from his family. It escalated. Jack Sullivan broke it up. Jack didn't mention that, I said. Jack wouldn't, Lily said. He keeps his cards close, but the whole town saw it. Caleb left with a black eye, and Miles left with a warning not to provoke people. And then Donna and Miles were planning to reconcile, I said quietly. Caleb was about to lose Donna to the man he hated most, she said. That's motive. That's what I thought, I said. But Donna's going back to Caleb now. Because Miles is dead, Lily said. Convenient for Caleb, isn't it? Very, I agreed. Lily refilled our mugs, the kettle hissing softly. Here's what I think, love. All 3 of them had reasons to want Miles' heart dead. Leon needed him gone for his development to proceed. Jasper's career depends on Leon's success, and maybe he finally cracked under the weight of all that family resentment. And Caleb was about to lose the woman he loves to a man he despised. So any of them could have done it, I said. Any of them, Lily confirmed. But only one did. And until Jack figures out which one, you're stuck in limbo with that TV show and that heritage listing. I finished my tea and reached for another biscuit. I hate this. Hate is a strong word. You shouldn't use it, but I know what you mean, Lily said gently. But you're doing the right thing. You're not taking shortcuts, you're not letting Kevin weasel his way back in, and you're not letting Baz Matthews make you doubt yourself. I feel like I'm drowning, I admitted. You're not drowning, Lily said firmly. You're treading water. And when you get tired, you come here and I'll throw you a life preserver made of biscuits and tea. I smiled. Thanks. That's what I'm here for, she said. She stood and pulled a container from the cupboard, filling it with biscuits and a wedge of cheese. Take these to the office with you and don't take the town gossip to heart. That's life in a small town. Gossip? There's always gossip. About me? No, about the show, the murder and all that. I took the container and hugged her tight. I love you. I love you too, dear, she said. Now have a good day. Chapter 19. I was halfway through updating some listing notes when the office door flew open hard enough to make the bell clatter against the frame. Dane and Sienna stormed in, Mark trailing behind them with his clipboard clutched like a shield. You didn't tell us the house was haunted, Sienna said, her voice pitched somewhere between fury and panic. Heritage listed we can deal with. Haunted is a problem. I froze. What to do? Deny? Persuade her that it's not a bad thing? I set my pen down carefully. What do you mean? Haunted, Dane repeated, planting both hands on my desk. Footsteps upstairs when no one's up there. Doors closing by themselves. Cold spots that move. Yesterday, a tool belt flew off the workbench and hit the wall. No one touched it. The crew is spooked, Mark added. 2 of them walked off this morning, unions asking questions. Jill swiveled in her chair, eyebrows climbing toward her hairline. I didn't know, I started. Don't, Sienna cut in. We called around, asked about you. Turns out you have a history with haunted houses. My stomach dropped. Well, I've had one or two that people think were haunted.
Were they?
Dane asked. Because our producer called your previous clients. They mentioned strange occurrences, unexplained phenomena, things that made people uncomfortable. You have a reputation, Vylette. For solving problems, I said, finding my footing. Yes, I've dealt with unusual properties, but I handled them professionally, and my clients were satisfied. Satisfied after you brought in a ghost hunter, Mark said, reading from his clipboard. Baz Matthews gave us the rundown. Danny, your photographer, also does paranormal investigation. Ring any bells? I felt heat creep up my neck. Danny is a professional photographer who happens to have an interest in... We don't care what his hobbies are, Sienna interrupted. We care that our multi-million-dollar renovation is being derailed by a ghost you didn't disclose. There's no legal obligation to disclose paranormal activity, I said carefully. Then I laughed. I mean, do you truly believe in all that? No, not until I saw things and heard things, Mark said. But there's a professional obligation to warn us when a property has a reputation. The office went very quiet. I understand you're upset, but you knew a man had been murdered there and you chose to go ahead with the sale, I said. But I genuinely didn't know the house was active to the degree you mentioned, because nothing ever flew around at any stage when I was there. Sienna leaned over toward me. This is how it's going to go. You are going to get this ghost to leave. I stared into her eyes and gulped. I mean, I could ask her. Her? Sienna screeched. I realised my mistake. Oh, I mean him, her, or it. Okay, I'll try to ask the ghost to leave. Sienna turned to face the men. See? I told you she could do it. Now it was Mark's turn to speak again. If you can ask the ghost to leave, that will make amends, if it does indeed leave. Okay, I'll see what I can do, I said. Mark gave a sharp nod. Tonight. If the crew shows up tomorrow and tools are still flying off benches, we're pulling out, and we'll be having conversations with our lawyers about misrepresentation. Tonight, I agreed. Call us after, Mark said. We want a full report. We're not stepping foot back in that house until we know it's safe. They left. The door swung shut with a final, exhausted chime. Jill turned to me. Can Danny actually do this? I have no idea, I admitted, but I'm about to find out. I pulled out my phone and called Danny. He answered on the second ring. Vylette, I need you at Windward tonight. The TV crew is threatening to sue me because the ghost is throwing tools around. They want me to ask the spirit to leave, but I don't know. That's not how ghosts work, Danny said. Can we at least try? I asked. Please. If this falls apart, I'm looking at a lawsuit and my business tanks. I'll be out of a job, Jill yelled out. I'll be there, Danny said. But Vylette, if she doesn't want to go, she won't go. Spirits aren't tenants you can evict. Just do what you can, I said. That's all I'm asking. See you at 8, he said, and hung up. I set the phone down and looked at Jill. This is a disaster. It's a complication, Jill corrected. You've handled worse. Have I? I asked. Yes, you got rid of Kevin. I sighed. Barely. He keeps calling. Chapter 20. Before I got to Windward, I sent the detective a text that I'd be there with Danny, with the permission of the owners. At 8 p.m, I met Danny outside Windward. His van was already there, Back doors open, equipment cases stacked and ready. Just us? Danny asked. Just us, I confirmed. Mark wants a report after. They're not coming near the place until we give them the all clear. Smart, Danny said. Less energy in the room means clearer communication. He didn't waste time. He moved through the house setting up equipment. EMF meter on the hall table, REM pod on the mantelpiece, digital recorders in the front room and upstairs landing. When everything was ready, we stood in the front room. Danny pressed record. We're here to communicate, Danny said, his voice calm and clear. We know you're protective of this house. We respect that. But the renovation's happening now. They're not meant to harm the house. They're meant to preserve it, to make it safe and loved again. Silence. The REM pod sat dark. We need you to understand, I added, that if you keep frightening the workers, the renovation will stop. The house will sit empty. Is that what you want? The REM pod flickered once, faint but there. Is that a no? Danny asked. 2 soft knocks from somewhere near the stairs. She's listening, I murmured. We're asking you to let the work continue peacefully, Danny said. Can you do that? 1 knock. No. My heart sank. Why not? I asked the empty room. The temperature dropped. Not gradually, sharply, like someone had opened a freezer door. My breath came out in a visible puff. The EMF meter spiked yellow, then red. And then I felt it. Not words, not sound, just pressure. Knowledge settling into my mind like someone had placed a hand on my shoulder and whispered directly into my thoughts. This is my house. I will not leave. They change too much. I gasped, steadying myself against the doorframe. What? Danny asked. What just happened? She's not going anywhere, I said, my voice shaking. This is her house. She built it. She loves it. And she thinks they're changing too much. The REM pod blazed to life, all colours cycling rapidly, the sensor screaming. The EMF meter pegged red and stayed there. Upstairs, something heavy dragged across the floor. Danny held his ground, voice steady. What changes are upsetting you? The kitchen? The bathrooms? The dragging stopped. The REM pod pulsed twice, slower now, almost thoughtful. I closed my eyes, trying to sense what she was showing me. The walls, I said. They're taking down a wall between the dining room and kitchen. She doesn't want that. 2 sharp knocks. Yes. Okay, Danny said. We hear you. What else? The pressure in my mind intensified. Images flickered. Original wallpaper being stripped. Floorboards sanded smooth. The personality being erased. She wants the character preserved, I said. The wallpaper, the original floors, the separation of rooms. She'll tolerate updates, but not erasure. The REM pod dimmed slightly. The EMF meter dropped back to yellow. I will not go. This is mine. Respect it or leave. I hear you, I said to the empty room. We hear you. The REM pod went dark. The EMF meter dropped to green. The temperature climbed slowly back to normal. Upstairs, the house settled with a final satisfied creak. Danny exhaled. Well, that was clear. Very, I agreed. We packed up in silence. Outside, I leaned against my car, pulling out my phone to call Mark. How bad? He asked immediately. Complicated, I said. The spirit isn't leaving, but she's not malevolent either. She's protective. She'll tolerate the renovations, but only if you preserve the character. No removing walls, no stripping all the original features. Kitchen and bathroom updates are fine. Everything else needs to stay authentic. Mark was quiet for a long moment. That's actually doable. We were planning to keep most of the original layout anyway. Then tell the crew, I said. Explain that the house has a presence, but it's not dangerous. Just particular about how it's treated. Respectfully. Haunted renovation, Mark said slowly. That could actually work. Ghost whisperer's cell. We could lean into it. Respectful restoration guided by the original owner's wishes. As long as you don't sensationalize it, I said. She's not a gimmick. She's the reason the house has lasted this long. Understood, Mark said. I'll talk to Dane and Sienna. This might actually be better than we thought. He hung up. I looked at Danny. Think they'll really respect her wishes? I asked. We'll find out, Danny said. But at least now they know she's watching. I drove home, exhausted and uncertain. The spirit had made her position clear. This is mine. Respect it or leave. And somehow, I had to make sure a TV crew, a heritage society, and a protective ghost could all coexist long enough to get this house renovated and then sold. Chapter 21. The phone call started Tuesday morning. First, Mark at 7:30. We need heritage approval to replace the kitchen counters. The society says the existing layout is historically significant. It's laminate from 1979. Then Sienna at 8. They're blocking our bathroom tile choice. Said hexagons are inappropriate for the period. We're renovating, not running a museum. Then Dane at 8:15. Can you talk to these people? We can't move forward if every decision takes 3 weeks in a committee vote. By 9, I'd had enough. I pulled out my phone and called Daisy's cell phone. Vylette, dear, she answered, bright and cheerful. How lovely to hear from you. Daisy, I need to talk to you about the approvals process for Windward. Oh, yes, she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. We're being very thorough. Heritage protection is so important, don't you think? I do, I said carefully. But the TV crew is hitting roadblocks on every decision. They're trying to work within the guidelines, but the process is slow. Good things take time, dear, Daisy said. We can't rush history. They're not rushing history, I said. They're trying to install a working kitchen. And we want to make sure they do it properly, Daisy said. That's why we have the approval process. It's all very exciting, really. I'm having such a lovely time reviewing their proposals. I closed my eyes. Daisy, if this drags on too long, they'll walk away. The house will sit empty and deteriorate. Is that what you want? Of course not, dear, she said. But we can't compromise our standards just because someone's in a hurry. Now, I must go. We have a committee meeting this afternoon to discuss their paint colour samples. Such fun. She hung up. I stared at my phone. She's loving this, I said to Jill. Of course she is, Jill replied. She's been retired for 20 years, and now she has power over a TV show. This is the highlight of her decade. My phone rang again. Mark. We can't work like this, he said without preamble. Every decision goes to committee. Committee meets once a week. If they defer, we wait another week. We're hemorrhaging money, and the crew is threatening to quit. I know, I said. Fix it, Mark said. Please, before we have no choice but to walk. He hung up. An hour later, Sienna called. Vylette, we need help. We're trying to be respectful. We're preserving the character. But these people are treating us like vandals. Can you mediate? What do you need? I asked. A meeting, Sienna said. Everyone in one room. Clear guidelines, clear boundaries. We'll agree to their terms if they agree to reasonable timelines. When? I asked. Friday night, Sienna said. After this week's committee meeting, while everyone's still thinking about the project. I thought fast. I'll arrange it. My office, 7 p.m. I'll get the Historical Society there. Thank you, Sienna said, and the relief in her voice was palpable. I hung up and looked at Jill. Can you arrange food for Friday night? Coffee, tea, maybe some biscuits? Something that makes people feel civilised. How many people? Jill asked. Historical Society Committee, that's 5, plus Roger will probably come along. Mark, Dane, Sienna, you, me, Gavin, maybe 12 total. I'll handle it, Jill said. What are you going to do? Call Daisy back, I said, and convince her this is a good idea. Chapter 22. I called Daisy's cell phone and she answered on the first ring. Hello, Vylette. Daisy, I have a proposal, I said. The TV crew wants to meet with the Historical Society, face to face, work out clear guidelines and timelines so everyone knows what to expect. Oh, we've already given them guidelines, Daisy said. I know, I said, but they'd like to discuss them, clarify some points, make sure everyone's on the same page. Would the committee be open to a meeting Friday night? 7 at my office, informal, productive, respectful. Daisy was quiet for a moment. Will there be refreshments? Yes, I said. Coffee, tea, cake and biscuits. Well then, she said, that sounds lovely. I'll bring the committee. Roger and I will make an evening of it. We're always happy to educate people about heritage values. Thank you, Daisy, I said. I really appreciate this. Of course, dear, she said. See you Friday. I hung up and let out a long breath. Done? Jill asked. Done, I said. Now we just have to hope they can all behave themselves for 2 hours. On Friday evening, I was mentally prepared. I helped Jill set up the chairs in a rough circle and arrange the coffee, tea and food on the side table like we were hosting a book club, not negotiating a ceasefire. Daisy arrived first, her mobility scooter humming to a stop outside the office door. Roger pulled up beside her in his own scooter. I hurried forward and opened the door. Vylette, can we bring the scooters inside? Of course, I held the door open for them. They were followed by 4 other Historical Society members, all over 60, all dressed like they were attending a council meeting. Roger's here for moral support, Daisy announced, and because he likes biscuits. Guilty, Roger said cheerfully, eyeing the refreshments table. The committee members settled into chairs with the satisfied air of people who knew they held the power. Mark, Dane and Sienna arrived together, Mark with his clipboard, the couple holding hands like they were bracing for battle. Gavin slipped in last, nodded to everyone and took a seat near the door. I stood at the centre of the circle. Thank you all for coming. The purpose of tonight is simple. Establish clear guidelines and realistic timelines for the Windward renovation. The Historical Society wants to protect the house's heritage. The TV crew wants to create a beautiful, functional renovation. Those goals aren't mutually exclusive. They are if they're removing original features, said Gerald, one of the committee members, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and a permanent frown. We're not removing original features, Dane said. We're restoring them. And adding modern appliances, Gerald countered. In the kitchen, Sienna said, which has no original features left to preserve. It was gutted in the 70s. That doesn't mean, Gerald started. Let's go through this systematically, I interrupted. Kitchen first. What exactly are the society's concerns? For the next hour, we worked through each room, each decision, each point of contention. It was slow, sometimes tense, but gradually a framework emerged. The society would approve modern updates in the kitchen and bathrooms as long as the layouts preserved the original room configurations. Paint colours would come from a heritage palette. Fixtures would be period appropriate or faithful reproductions. Approvals would be expedited to a 48-hour turnaround for standard decisions. Daisy, to my surprise, was reasonable. She asked good questions, listened to Dane and Sienna's explanations, and nodded when their answers made sense. Roger sat quietly beside her, occasionally adding a thoughtful comment that moved the discussion forward. The other committee members followed their lead. By 8:30, we had an agreement. Mark was drafting notes. Sienna looked cautiously optimistic. Dane was smiling for the first time all week. And then the door opened. Leon Park stepped in, followed by Jasper Quinn. The room went silent. "Leon," I said, "this is a private meeting." "I heard the Historical Society was here," Leon said, his voice smooth and unapologetic. "I thought it was a good opportunity to address some concerns." "This meeting is about the Windward renovation," I said. "It has nothing to do with your development proposal." "Everything has to do with my development proposal," Leon said. "That's the point." Gerald stood up. "Mr. Park, you're not welcome here." "I'm a taxpayer and a property owner in this town," Leon said. "I have every right to speak to the Historical Society." "That's where you're wrong, Mr. Park. This is a private to which you were not invited," Daisy said. Roger's scooter hummed slightly as he shifted position beside her, a small gesture of solidarity. Leon ignored her and turned to the other members of the committee. "You're blocking progress with these heritage listings. Windward is just the start. You want to lock down the entire waterfront. That's not preservation, that's obstruction. The views and the waterfront should be for all to enjoy, not a select few just because they were there first." "It's protection," Gerald shot back. "Protection from developers like you who want to bulldoze history for profit." "I want to build something that benefits everyone," Leon said, his voice rising. "Jobs, tourism, revenue. But you'd rather cling to rotting weatherboards and broken windows. Don't you people care about creating jobs for the residents of Driftwood Cove? Do you realise how much money will flood into the town?" "Those rotting weatherboard houses have more character than anything you'd build," Gerald said. Leon took a step forward. "It's called progress. Nothing stays the same forever. Let's be smart about this." Gerald stepped toward him. "You're trying to sell our souls." "Gentlemen," I started, but Gerald was already moving, jabbing a finger at Leon's chest. Leon shoved his hand away. Jasper stepped between them, hands up. "Mr. Park, stop." And Gerald swung. His fist caught Jasper on the shoulder. Jasper stumbled back. Leon lunged forward. Mark and Dane both stood, trying to pull people apart. Chairs scraped. Daisy was gripping the arms of her chair, face pale. Roger had manoeuvred his scooter protectively beside her. Sienna grabbed her phone. "I'm calling the police," she said. I stepped into the middle of the chaos, hands raised. "Everyone, stop!" No one stopped. Gerald and Leon were shouting over each other, Jasper trying to hold Leon back, the other committee members adding their voices to the noise. It was chaos, civilised chaos, but chaos nonetheless. The door opened again. Jack Sullivan stepped in, calm and professional, taking in the scene with one sweep of his eyes. "Everyone sit down," he said. Not loud, but everyone heard it. They sat. Jack's gaze swept the room and stopped dead when he spotted Daisy and Roger on their mobility scooters. "Mum?" His professional mask slipped for half a second. What are you doing here? Does the home know you're out? Of course they know, dear, Daisy said primly. Roger and I signed out properly. We're adults, not prisoners. It's Friday night, Jack said. You're supposed to be sitting in my room watching game shows, Daisy finished. How dull. We had a committee meeting. Very important business. Jack looked at me, something between exasperation and concern crossing his face. Vylette? Historical Society meeting about the Windward renovation, I said quickly. Daisy's on the committee. Leon Park crashed uninvited. It escalated. Jack's jaw tightened. He turned to Leon. You need to leave. I have a right. You have a right to leave now or be escorted out, Jack said. Your choice. Leon's jaw tightened. He glanced at Jasper, then at the Historical Society, then back at Jack. Fine, but this isn't over. It is for tonight, Jack said. Leon left. Jasper followed, shooting an apologetic look at the room before ducking out. Jack stayed in the doorway until they were gone, then looked back at his mother. Mum, I'm driving you back to Seaview. Roger and I have our scooters, Daisy said. We'll be fine. It's dark. It's damp. And you just witnessed an altercation, Jack said, his tone brooking no argument. I'm following you both back. End of discussion. Daisy sighed, but didn't argue. Fine, but only because Roger's running low on battery. Jack looked at me one more time. Everyone else all right? Yes, I said. Thank you. Next time, Jack said, lock the door, and maybe don't schedule my mother's committee meetings during my shift. Noted, I said. Jack stepped aside as Daisy and Roger manoeuvred their scooters through the door. The rest of the committee filed out, giving Jack respectful nods. Mark, Dane and Sienna followed. Gavin lingered until they were gone. Well, that was something. Better than expected, I said, until Leon showed up. And until Jack realised his mother had escaped the retirement home, Gavin added with a grin. Escaped is a strong word, I said. Is it, though? Would Jill locked the door behind them and started clearing cups. Next time, we're meeting at the library. They have security and visiting hours. I laughed. Next time? We're not having a next time. As I drove home that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Leon and Jasper showing up together. Leon, who wanted Windward Street bulldozed. Jasper, whose career depended on Leon's development going forward. And Miles Hart, the victim, who'd stood in their way. Chapter 23. Jack pulled up beside me as soon as I got home. I was shocked to see him. Weren't you following your mother and Roger home? They're already home, safe and sound. Got a minute? Sure, I said, walking over to where he stood by his patrol car. He leaned against the hood, arms crossed, that careful cop face on. That was quite a meeting. It was productive until Leon showed up, I said. Leon Park, Jack said, nodding slowly. He's been on my radar since Miles Hart died. Motive, means, opportunity, all there. But his alibi is solid. Chamber breakfast the morning of the murder, live-streamed, 40 witnesses. I blinked. He told you that? Jack hesitated, rubbing his jaw. I shouldn't be telling you this, but since you're already involved and might be at risk, I need you to understand why you should stay away from certain people. You're telling me Leon Park has an alibi? I asked. A strong one, Jack admitted, which doesn't mean he didn't arrange it. Money buys silence, but proving that's a different matter. What about Jasper? I asked. He works for Leon. His career depends on that development going through. Jack looked at me for a long moment, weighing something. Jasper Quinn was at a work function until 3 p.m. the day Miles died. Security footage from Park Urban's office shows him leaving at 2:47. Miles's time of death is between 12 and 2. But possible if he left during and came back, I said. Possible, Jack agreed. He's not cleared, but he's also not my strongest lead. Then who is? I asked. Jack shook his head. I've already said too much. Caleb, I said quietly. Donna's boyfriend. The one with the temper. Did you follow through on the footprints? Jack's silence said enough. He's the one, isn't he? I pressed. Miles and Donna were getting back together. Caleb was about to lose her. He has tools, access, motive. I can't confirm that, Jack said. You don't have to, I said. Your face just did. He sighed. Vylette, don't go near Caleb Shaw. Don't ask him questions. Don't investigate. Don't do anything that could compromise this case or put you at risk. I won't, I said. I promise. Good. He straightened, preparing to leave. One more thing. The TV show. Are they still committed? For now, I said. But Mark made it clear. They won't air the episode unless the murder is solved. Too much liability. Bad publicity. They're paranoid about lawsuits. They aren't going to mention the murder, of course, but they want everything wrapped up. Jack's jaw tightened. So I'm on a deadline. We all are, I said. He nodded once. I'm close. I just need one more piece to fall into place. What piece? I asked. The one that proves intent, he said. I can place Caleb near Windward that night. I can show he had motive. But I need evidence that shows he planned it, not that it was a crime of passion in the heat of the moment. Premeditation changes everything. What kind of evidence? I asked. Something that shows he knew Miles would be there, Jack said. A message, a call, something that proves he lured Miles to Windward or knew his schedule. Miles's phone, I said. Did you find anything on it? Messages between him and Donna about reconciling, Jack said. But nothing that points to Caleb knowing. That's the gap. Donna swears she didn't tell Caleb, but someone told him, or he found out another way. Maybe Donna's lying, I said. Maybe, Jack agreed. Or maybe Caleb's better at covering his tracks than we think. He climbed into his car. Stay out of it, Vylette. I mean it. I will, I said. He drove off. I stood in the dark, cold wind pulling at my coat and thought about Caleb Shaw. Chapter 24. A call came from Donna the next morning while I was sorting through paperwork for a new listing Gavin had brought in. She wanted me to give her an idea of how much her home would be worth, the home she once shared with Miles. I drove to Donna's house mid-morning with a legitimate excuse to find out more information. Donna answered the door in a cardigan and jeans, looking tired but composed. Vylette, thanks for coming at short notice. Always. Thank you for having me. We settled in the living room. I gave her the property information and we talked about the market, about timing, about whether she was ready to move on. And then Caleb walked in through the back door. He had a key, clearly, and stopped when he saw me. Vylette, he said, friendly enough. Didn't know we had company. Just dropping off some information for Donna, I said. I was a little shocked to see him there. It seemed disrespectful to Miles. He moved to stand behind Donna's chair, one hand settling on her shoulder. Possessive. Territorial. About selling? He asked. Just exploring options, Donna said quickly. Thought we agreed we'd live here and let my rental go, Caleb said, his hand tightening slightly. No need to rush into anything. Donna's smile didn't reach her eyes. We're just talking, Caleb. He held my gaze for a moment too long, then smiled. Course, just want what's best for you. I won't rush into anything, Donna assured him. Donna's phone buzzed on the same table. Caleb picked it up and glanced at Donna's screen, then handed it to her. Your sister, he said. Donna took it, fingers trembling slightly. I watched the exchange, my stomach tightening. He'd checked her phone before giving it to her. Casual, automatic, like he did it all the time. I recognized the control because Kevin used to do that to me. After I left, I sat in my car for a full minute, heart pounding. Caleb had a key to Donna's house, access to her phone, control over her decisions. And Donna was afraid of him. I'd seen it in the tremor of her hands, the careful way she chose her words when he was in the room. I called Jack immediately. I just left Donna's house, I said. Caleb was there. Jack, he has complete access. Keys, her phone, everything. I watched him check her messages before handing her phone to her, and she's scared of him. I could see it. I asked you to stay clear of him. I am. But Donna asked me to come over. She's thinking of selling the house. I didn't know he'd be there. Did he threaten her or you? Jack asked sharply. No, but he's controlling her, completely. And if he had access to her phone, he saw everything. The reconciliation plans, the restaurant booking, all of it. We're already looking at him, Jack said. The boot prints and soil samples match. We're building a case. That's why I want you to stay clear. I understand, I said. But Jack, Donna knows something, or suspects something. You should talk to her without Caleb present. Already planned, Jack said. Thank you, Vylette. But please, no more casual bumping into suspects. I am bringing Caleb in for questioning and taking a look at his boots. Okay, I said. We ended the call and I went back to work as though nothing had changed. All I could do was process the new listing of Donna's house and be careful not to tell anyone anything. Chapter 25. The following day, I got to work, worried that I'd heard nothing from Jack and no rumours about what was happening with Caleb. Gavin walked in just before 9 with a small bunch of daisies wrapped in brown paper and set them on Jill's desk. Thought these might brighten up the chaos we've all had lately, he said. Jill looked at them, then at him. They're nice, but I prefer carnations. Daisies are so cheerful. Right, carnations, less cheerful. Got it. He retreated to his desk. Jill looked over at Gavin. Water? He jumped to his feet right away. He found a glass and filled it with water and handed it to her. Thank you, she said as he returned to his desk. I watched Jill adjust the daisies in a mug of water while trying to work out if she was smiling. I was interrupted by my phone buzzing. It was the show's producer, Mark. I took a deep breath and tried to sound cheerful. Hi, Mark. Vylette, we need you back at Windward tomorrow, 11 a.m. We're doing walkthrough shots, showing the vision for the completed spaces. We'd love to have you on camera with Dane and Sienna, reviewing the plans and discussing what's been approved so far. My heart did that stupid leap it does when something I've wanted suddenly appears. On camera? 3 to 5 minutes max, Mark said. You walk through with them, they show you the design boards and explain what they're planning. You react as the listing agent who brought them the property. It's great for the narrative, shows this was a real transaction with real challenges. I'd love to, I said, then caught myself. What do I wear? Business casual, Mark said. Nothing with patterns or logos. Solid colours photograph best. Navy, charcoal, cream. And Vylette, just be yourself. That's why this works. He hung up. I sat staring at my phone. Jill looked over. You're going to be on TV. I'm going to be on TV, I repeated, the reality settling like stones in my stomach. That's what you wanted, Jill said. National exposure, free advertising, your face on Flipping Unbelievable. I know, I said, but now that it's happening... You're nervous, Gavin said from his desk. Terrified, I admitted. What if I freeze? What if I say something stupid? What if... You've already been filmed and did a much better job than I did, Gavin reminded me. You'll be fine, Jill said. Just say, this is amazing and wow. That's what all the agents say on those shows when they're being shown the changes. I'll keep that in mind, I said. That night, I tried on 6 different outfits, discarding each one for various crimes against television. Too casual, too formal, wrong colour, made me look washed out. I finally settled on a navy blazer over a cream blouse with charcoal trousers. Professional, forgettable, safe. I stood in front of the mirror and practiced. This house has incredible original features that Dane and Sienna are carefully preserving. Too stiff. I'm excited to see their vision for the space. Too generic. Wow, this is amazing. Who talks like that? I gave up and went to bed, where I lay awake imagining every possible way to embarrass myself on national television. Then I worried that if I said the wrong thing, they might sue me. No, I realised, they'd just cut my scene. Chapter 26. I arrived at Wynwood at 10:45. The production crew was already there. Cameras, lights, sound equipment. Mark with his clipboard orchestrating everything like a conductor. Dane and Sienna stood near the front steps, reviewing design boards, their on-camera personas already sliding into place. "Vylette!" Sienna called, waving. "Come see what we're planning." I walked up the path. The house looked better than when we'd found the body. The roses had been trimmed, the porch swept, but the real transformation was still weeks away. Paint samples were taped to the weatherboards in neat rows. Inside, the room sat empty, except for design boards propped on easels and material samples scattered across drop cloths. "This is exciting," I said. "Wait until you see the plans," Dane said, grinning. "We'll do the walkthrough in about 20 minutes. Mark wants to brief you first." Mark appeared beside me. "Vylette, here's how this works. We're showing viewers the before state and the design vision. You'll walk through with Dane and Sienna. They'll show you the plans. You react naturally. Ask questions if they come up. Don't worry about the camera. Just focus on the conversation." "What if I mess up?" I asked. "We'll do multiple takes," Mark said. "No one gets it perfect the first time. Just relax and be yourself." Easy for him to say. At 11, they called me to the porch. A camera operator positioned himself to capture us from the side. A sound tech clipped a tiny microphone to my lapel, the wire snaking down my back and into a small pack at my waist. "Comfortable?" the tech asked. "As comfortable as I can be with a microphone attached to me," I said. Dane and Sienna took their positions on either side of the front door. I stood on the path as directed. "Rolling," someone called. Mark. "And action." Sienna's face transformed into her TV smile, warm, genuine looking, perfectly calibrated for the camera. "Vylette, come see what we're planning for Wynwood." I walked up the path, trying to move naturally, while acutely aware that a camera was tracking my every step. "I can't wait," I said. My voice sounded weird in my own ears, too high, too eager. "Cut," Mark called. "Vylette, tone it down just a touch. You sound nervous. Remember, you're excited to see the plans, but you're a professional. You've seen renovations before." "Right," I said. "Sorry." Don't apologise, Mark said. Just relax. Let's go again. We did it again, and again, and again. By the fourth take, I'd stopped thinking about the camera and started thinking about the house. Better, Mark said. That's the one. Moving inside. The interior was all potential. Bare rooms with good bones waiting for the transformation. Dane and Sienna had set up design boards in each space, showing rendered images of what the finished rooms would look like. This is the vision, Sienna said, gesturing to a board in the front room. We're keeping all the original details, the ceiling rows, the picture rails, the fireplace, but we're updating the colours to something lighter and more contemporary, while still honouring the period. The heritage approval process has been challenging, Dane added, his TV personality fully engaged, more animated than in private, quicker to smile. But working within those constraints is actually making us better designers. We can't just gut it and start fresh. We have to respect what's here. What you've done all looks amazing so far. And the kitchen? I asked, genuinely curious now. We moved into the empty kitchen space. Sienna held up a board showing the proposed layout, white shaker cabinets, marble countertops, period-appropriate hardware. Modern function, heritage aesthetic, she said. We're keeping the original room configuration, but updating everything inside it. It'll take another 6 weeks to get full heritage approval for all the details, but we're confident they'll sign off. It's going to be beautiful, I said, and meant it. We moved through each room, the dining room, the sewing room, destined to become a reading nook, the bathrooms. Everywhere I looked, there were design boards showing careful restoration balanced with modern comfort. Cut, Mark called finally. That's a wrap on the interior walkthrough. Vylette, you were great. Natural, enthusiastic, professional. Exactly what we needed. Really? I asked. Really, Mark said. We'll do one more segment outside, you and the couple talking about the heritage challenges and how you're navigating them. 5 minutes, then you're done. We filmed the exterior segment in 3 takes. By the end, I'd almost forgotten about the camera. Almost. That's a wrap, Mark said. Thank you, Vylette. This is going to look fantastic when everything's finished. Sienna gave me a quick professional hug. You did great. Thanks for being part of this. Dane shook my hand. See you in a few weeks when we're further along. I need to ask something, I said in a low voice. Yes? Sienna asked. The ghost. No more problems? Nothing's flying about. I see things out of the corner of my eye sometimes, and Sienna sees shadows, and when she looks harder, they're gone. You were right. It's not there to harm us. I'm pleased about that. They moved off to review footage with Mark, their on-camera warmth cooling to professional efficiency the moment the cameras stopped rolling. I stood on the porch, unclipping the microphone, and felt the weight of it hit me. I was going to be on national television. Driftwood Cove Properties was going to be on national television. This was going to be great for business. Bass was going to be so upset. But there was a downside. Kevin would see it. Chapter 27. The thought arrived like cold water. Kevin, my ex, the man who'd thrown me out, married someone else, gotten his secretary pregnant, all within months. Kevin, who told me I was wasting my time with small-town real estate and that I'd never amount to anything without his help. Kevin was going to see me on flipping Unbelievable. I drove back to the office in a daze. How'd it go? Jill asked when I walked through the door. Fine, I said. Good. They said I was natural. Then why do you look like someone died? Gavin asked. Kevin's going to watch it, I said. The office went quiet. So? Jill said finally. He's going to see me on TV, I said. On my favourite show. He's going to see me succeeding without him. Good, Jill said. Let him see it. Let him choke on it. He'll call, I said. He'll text. He'll find some way to make it about him, to take credit or diminish it or... Then block his number again, Jill said. There's only so many times you can block a person. She's already blocked him, Gavin said. Jill stared at Gavin, who cleared his throat and then picked up his phone and scrolled through it. Jill turned back to me. Or better yet, don't. Let him call. Let him congratulate you. Then say thank you and hang up. Don't give him the satisfaction of knowing you care. But the thought of Kevin watching me on TV made my skin crawl. I'd wanted to be on television. I'd wanted the exposure, the credibility, the boost for the business. But I'd wanted it when I was moving forward, not looking back. When Kevin was a closed chapter, not someone who might use my success as an excuse to reinsert himself into my life. It'll be fine, Gavin said, reading my face. You've moved on. He's the one stuck in the past. I know, I said. But knowing it and feeling it were two different things. That night at Briggs Manor, I told Captain Briggs about what happened at Donna's house, and then told him what had happened today at the filming. You'll really be on the moving picture contraption? Yes, I said, and my ex is going to watch it. The scoundrel who threw you overboard, the captain said, his voice hardening. That's him, I said. Let him watch, the captain said. Let him see what he lost when he cast you aside. A man who cannot recognise treasure when it's in his hands deserves to watch it shine in another's keeping. Edgar, perched on the mantel, gave a derisive caw. Fool, he said. Aye, the captain agreed. The man's a fool. But his foolishness is no longer your burden to carry, lass. You've built something fine without him. Let the proof be in the doing, not the telling. I just wish I didn't care, I admitted. Caring's a rope you can cut, the captain said. The episode would air eventually, months from now, when the renovation was complete and the approvals finally cleared. Kevin would watch, and I would have to decide whether to let his opinion matter. But for tonight, I'd done what I set out to do. I'd been on television. I'd represented my business professionally. I'd helped tell the story of a house that deserved saving. And if Kevin saw it and called, I'd cross that bridge when I came to it, preferably by blocking his number. Again. Chapter 28. I arrived at the police station Friday morning at 9 sharp, stomach tight with anticipation. Jack met me in the lobby, face unreadable. Conference room, he said. This won't take long. We walked down the familiar corridor into the small room. Jack closed the door and turned to face me. We arrested Caleb Shaw last night, he said, charged with murder. He's being held without bail. I let out a breath. I'm so glad. The warrant came through at 9 p.m. The boot prints matched, and someone in the street saw his car not far from the property late that night. So he was hiding in plain sight, I said. We compared the prints from the bedroom, both sets, to Caleb's work boots. Perfect match. The older prints, the ones from the night of the murder, match exactly. Tread pattern, wear marks, even the specific way the left heel is worn down from his gait. And the soil? You said that was a match too, I asked. Red clay from Windward's rose garden. The lab confirmed it. That specific iron-rich clay is only found in 3 locations in town. One of them is Windward. Caleb's van had fresh samples. His boots had traces in the treads. He'd been in that garden recently. So all the physical evidence, the boot prints and the soil, along with the witness, we've got him. I sat back, processing. What about Donna and what she said to me? She's cooperating now. Once we showed her the evidence, she admitted Caleb had been increasingly controlling. reading her messages, checking her location, questioning where she'd been. She'd caught him going through her phone twice, once about the reconciliation with Miles. She confronted him, and he convinced her it was because he loved her, didn't want to lose her. Classic abuse pattern, I said quietly. Yes, and she's devastated. She enabled his access without realising what he was capable of. Jack paused. She's staying with Jasper now. He's helping her find a therapist. And Jasper? I asked. The town owes him an apology. They do, Jack agreed. But at least he's cleared. The voicemails, the bonus, the car sighting, all explained. He was frustrated with his stepfather, but not homicidal. Just a young man trying to make a career while his family fell apart. How did Caleb know Miles would be at Windward that night? We're not sure yet, but Miles' last call was to Donna. Perhaps he told her where he was and she mentioned it to Caleb. Or he overheard, I said. Premeditated, Jack confirmed. He drove there knowing Miles would be alone. Perhaps he said he wanted to talk man to man. That's when he slipped the sleeping pills into a drink. I sat with that for a moment. I'm glad it's over. He stood. Caleb's lawyer is going to argue crime of passion, that seeing Donna's reconciliation plans pushed him over the edge. But with the evidence of the sleeping pills, confirms it was premeditation to some degree. Good, I said. One more thing, Jack said. The TV show. They can air the episode now. Case solved. Killer in custody. Mark called me this morning. They're moving forward with airing the programme. They weren't sure at first. My business gets its national debut, I said. You've earned it, Jack said. You've handled everything. Murder, heritage battles, paranormal activity, and a TV crew without losing your head. That's impressive. I stood and shook his hand. His grip was warm and lasted a beat longer than necessary. Thank you for listening to me, for following up on the things I found. That's my job, Jack said. He released my hand slowly. Maybe we can have dinner sometime. Not about the case, just dinner. I was caught off guard. Sure, I'd like that. Good. He smiled, a real one, not his detective smile. I'll call you. I nodded, suddenly not trusting my voice, and he left. I didn't go straight back to the office. I drove to Aunt Lily's first. She opened the door before I knocked, she always did, and pulled me inside. I heard, she said. Caleb Shaw arrested. Daisy called to tell me the news. Lily pulled me into a hug. I'm proud of you. You might end up with your own show. I laughed. I don't know about that. The sitting at her kitchen table with tea and biscuits. You've got good instincts, Lily said. You saw the controlling behaviour, the possessiveness, the access. A lot of people would have missed that. I almost did, I admitted. I was so focused on Jasper, then Leon. I almost overlooked Caleb entirely. But you didn't, Lily said. You kept your eyes open, you paying attention, and you trusted your gut when something felt wrong. I sipped my tea. Donna's going to need time to heal. She's lost 2 men. She will, Lily agreed. But she has Jasper now, and she's rid of Caleb. That's a start. I finished my tea and hugged Lily goodbye. Thanks for always being here. That's what family does, she said. Chapter 29. The call came the following morning while I was reviewing comparable sales for a new waterfront listing. Vylette, it's Donna. Her voice was thick, like she'd been crying for hours. I heard they arrested Caleb last night. I know, I said carefully. I'm sorry you're going through this. He killed Miles. She said it flat, like stating a fact she'd memorized. The police say he killed Miles, and I've been living with him, sleeping beside him, and I didn't know. Donna, I can't stay here. I can't stay in this town. I'm moving up north. My sister's there. She's got room. And I need to sell this house as quickly as possible. The house Miles and I bought together. I need to be rid of it. Can you help me? Of course, I said. We can get started right away. When would you like me to come over? Now? Her voice cracked. I know that's short notice, but I need to do something. I need to feel like I'm moving forward. I'll be there in 15 minutes, I said. I grabbed my listing folder, told Jill where I was going, and drove to Donna's house. Donna answered the door. Her eyes were red-rimmed, so I knew she'd been crying. Thank you for coming so quickly, she said, stepping aside to let me in. We settled at the kitchen table. I pulled out the paperwork, comparable sales, market analysis, listing agreement. You'll get a good price, I said. The market's strong right now, and this is a solid property. I don't care about the price, Donna said. I just want it gone. I want to leave this whole nightmare behind. I understand, I said. She poured us both tea with shaking hands. We talked about staging, about timing, about what repairs might be needed before listing. Professional, routine. And then she said it. Suddenly, Donna's composure cracked. She pressed her hands to her face, shoulders shaking. I can't stop seeing it. Miles on that bed, the quilt over his face. She broke off, sobbing. How long did it take? Did he know what was happening? His arm reaching toward the window like he was trying to get help. I froze, and I remembered Jack's words that they were keeping the way he was found and the way he died confidential. He'd been adamant about that. Was she the killer? I didn't know what to do. I wanted to get away from her, but I stayed. I was one of the people who found Miles, I told her. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Vylette. It must have been awful for you. And it must be awful for you to have lost 2 men. I mean, with Caleb arrested now. It is. Let's just get this paperwork done so I can put it all behind me. You'll sell this place fast, won't you? I will. Do you want to think about it first? You might change your mind in a week or so. No, I've made up my mind. As soon as she signed the paperwork, I said I wanted to start calling buyers right away, and I left. I made it to my car before my hands started shaking. I sat in the driver's seat, engine off, staring at Donna's house. The quilt. She knew about the quilt and said how he'd been positioned. Maybe Caleb had told her, but then she would have known he'd killed Miles. Unless she'd been there and had seen him do it. Or unless she had. I pulled out my phone and called Jack. Vylette, he answered. What's up? I just left Donna Hart's house. She's listing the property because she wants to move up north. But Jack, she said something. She described Miles being smothered with a quilt. She knew about the quilt, and she described how he was positioned with his arm toward the window. Really? You told me yourself it was kept out of the press statement. The public doesn't know, you said. Caleb could have told her, Jack said, but his voice had that careful detective tone, the one that meant he was thinking through every detail. Could he? I asked. When? He was arrested last night. Did he call her from custody? But then she would have known he was the killer if he told her before the arrest. Would she have kept that information to herself? No, Jack said. Then how does she know? I asked. We've been interviewing Caleb intensively since his arrest. He keeps insisting he didn't do it. When we show him the boot prints, the soil samples, he admits he was at Windward after Miles was killed, but he didn't do it. My stomach dropped. So, who did? He wouldn't elaborate, kept saying we had it wrong, that he was just trying to help. We assumed he meant help cover his tracks. But Vylette, if Donna knows details only the killer would know, then she's the one who killed him, I finished, and Caleb went there to cover for her. Where are you now? Jack asked sharply. Still in my car outside her house. Drive back to your office right now. I need to bring Donna in for questioning. Okay, I said, starting the engine with trembling hands. Vylette, be careful. If she realizes you know, I'm leaving now, I said. She doesn't know a thing. I kept my face straight and left as soon as I could. Good. I pulled away from Donna's house, watching it shrink in my rearview mirror. I drove, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. Chapter 30. I drove straight to Briggs Manor, bypassing the office entirely. My hands were still shaking when I pulled into the gravel drive. The library was warm when I burst through the door. Captain Briggs turned from the window, taking one look at my face. What's happened? It wasn't Caleb, I said, dropping into my chair. Donna killed Miles. She just told me. Well, she slipped. She knew about the quilt, how Miles was smothered. That detail was never released to the public. The captain's eyebrows raised just slightly. The woman killed her own husband. And let her boyfriend take the fall for it, I said. Jack's bringing her in for questioning now. Caleb's been in custody all this time, insisting he didn't do it. And he was telling the truth. He went to Windward after to protect her, to cover her tracks. That's why his boot prints were there. Edgar hopped along the mantel. Messy, he observed. Very messy, I agreed. I was sitting in her kitchen, going through the listing paperwork like it was just another appointment, and she described the murder in detail only the killer would know. And you kept your composure? The captain asked. Barely. I finished the appointment and left as quickly as I could without spooking her. Then I called Jack from the car. The captain poured his ritual measure of brandy. A woman who kills once and walks free is a woman who might kill again if threatened. You did right to remove yourself carefully. I just keep thinking, she was so convincing. The grief, the shock at Caleb's arrest, all of it. She had everyone fooled. The best liars believe their own tales, the captain said. She's rewritten the story in her mind until she's convinced herself it's truth. That's how they live with what they've done. At the Driftwood Cove police station, Jack Sullivan sat across from Donna Hart in the same beige interview room where he'd taken Vylette's statement weeks earlier. Donna's hands were folded on the table, her cardigan pulled tight around her shoulders. She looked small, fragile, exhausted. A duty solicitor sat beside her, young, nervous, taking notes on a yellow pad. Jack pressed record. Interview with Donna Hart, conducted by Detective Jack Sullivan. Present, Donna Hart and her legal representative, Sarah Mitchell. He stated the date and time. Mrs. Hart, you understand you're here voluntarily to answer questions? Yes, Donna said, her voice barely above a whisper. I need to ask you about something you said to Vylette West this morning. You mentioned Miles being smothered with a quilt. Can you tell me how you knew that detail? Donna's hands tightened. Caleb told me. When did Caleb tell you? Jack asked calmly. Before he was arrested. What exactly did he tell you? She hesitated. He said he'd gone to Windward that night, after Miles died. He said he found Miles on the bed, already dead, with the quilt. Her voice broke. He said he panicked and left. Why would Caleb go to Windward that night? Jack asked. I don't know. Mrs. Hart, Caleb's phone records show he didn't call you after Miles's death. He didn't text you. He was arrested without having any contact with you. So, when, exactly, did he tell you about the quilt? The solicitor shifted uncomfortably. Detective, my client has already... He must have told me before, Donna said quickly. I'm confused. It's been so traumatic. I'm not thinking clearly. Jack opened a folder and slid a photograph across the table. It was a sketch. This sketch was done by us, showing the exact way Miles was found on the bed. It wasn't released to the public, and the only people who know about the quilt are the investigating team, the forensic pathologist, and the person who killed Miles' Hart, and the person who cleaned up her mess. Donna stared at the photo. Her breathing quickened. Caleb didn't tell you, Jack said quietly. He couldn't have, but you knew. You knew because you were there. Silence stretched. The recorder captured every second of it. Then Donna's face crumpled. He wouldn't let me go, she whispered. Miles. I told him I was staying with Caleb. I told him the reconciliation wasn't going to happen. But he kept pushing, kept saying we belonged together, that Caleb was wrong for me. He grabbed my arm, not violently, just desperate. And I just wanted him to stop. How did you come to be at the house? He called and told me where he was. I've always wanted to see the place, and he told me to meet him there. I didn't know we'd end up arguing. The solicitor put a hand on her arm. Mrs. Hart, you don't have to... I talked to him quietly, and he calmed down. I had sleeping tablets in my purse, brought him tea. I'd put sleeping pills in it, just to make him drowsy, to make him stop talking, stop pressuring me. I told myself I just wanted him calm enough to listen. But when he started getting sleepy, still talking about us, about the future, I grabbed the quilt and I pressed it over his face. Jack didn't move. What happened then? I called Caleb. He met me at Windward. He arranged the body on the bed. He thought if it looked random, no one would suspect me. Why position him? Jack asked. I couldn't just leave him crumpled on the floor. He was still my husband. Her voice broke again. I loved him once. I just wanted him to stop talking, to stop pressuring me, to let me make my own choice. The solicitor closed her notebook slowly. Her face was professionally neutral, but her eyes held something like resignation. Mrs. Hart, Jack said, I'm placing you under arrest for the murder of Miles Hart. You have the right to remain silent. Back at Briggs Manor, I'd just finished telling the captain everything when my phone rang. It was Jack. She confessed, he said without preamble. Full confession. She killed Miles in what she's calling a moment of panic. She called Caleb afterward. He went to the scene to try to help her, to protect her. I let out a breath. So Caleb's being released? He's being charged as an accessory after the fact, tampering with evidence, obstruction of justice. He'll do time, but nothing like a murder charge. His lawyer's already negotiating a plea deal if he testifies against her. And Donna? She'll probably get 15 to 20 years. Miles went to Windward to save the street, I said quietly. And his wife killed him for trying to save their marriage. It's a tragedy, Jack agreed. But it's solved now, thanks to you noticing that detail about the quilt. If you hadn't caught that slip, Caleb might have gone down for a murder he didn't commit. How's Jasper taking it? Doesn't know yet. I'm calling you first. Thank you. We said goodbye and I hung up. The captain was watching me steadily. You found the truth, lass. Not the comfortable truth, not the easy truth, but the truth nonetheless. Miles Hart has justice now, I said, and the innocent man is free. That matters. Edgar gave a soft caw. Justice, he said, and tucked his head into his wing. I sat in the firelight, letting the weight of the day settle. Donna would go to prison. Caleb would serve time as an accessory. Jasper had lost both his mother and stepfather in one terrible stroke. But the truth was out. The real killer had been caught. And somewhere, I hoped, Miles' heart's spirit could finally rest. "The house can be sold now," I said quietly. "The murder solved, the heritage secured, the renovation proceeding. Everything resolved." "As much as anything ever is," the captain said. "The sea never stops moving, lass. Neither does life. You just learn to sail steady through whatever comes." "Fair winds," I murmured. "And following seas," the captain replied. Outside, the ocean kept its ancient rhythm. Inside Briggs Manor, the fire burned low, and for the first time in weeks, I felt the case finally close in my mind. Tomorrow, the TV crew would learn the truth. Tomorrow, the town would process the shock. Tomorrow, I'd have to face the reality that everyone, including me, had been fooled by a grieving widow who turned out to be a killer. But tonight, here in this library with my ghostly companion, I could simply be still. Chapter 31. The call came 2 days after Donna's arrest. Mark's voice was warm, almost apologetic. "Vylette, can you come to Windward today at 2? Dane and Sienna want to see you. And bring your whole team, Jill, Gavin, Danny if he's available." "Is something wrong?" I asked. "Quite the opposite," Mark said. "Just trust me on this one." I hung up and looked at Jill. "The TV people want to see us at Windward this afternoon. All of us." "That doesn't sound ominous at all," Gavin said from his desk. "Danny's free," Jill said, already texting her brother. "He says he'll meet us there." At 2:00, we pulled up to Windward. The house was still mid-renovation, scaffolding along one side, painter's tape on the windows, stacks of materials on the porch. But the transformation was already visible. Fresh paint in heritage cream, restored lacework gleaming white, the bones of something beautiful emerging. Mark met us at the gate. "Come on through, they're waiting in the front room." We filed in, me, Jill, Gavin, and Danny bringing up the rear with his camera bag. The front room had been cleared of equipment. Dane and Sienna stood by the restored fireplace, looking more relaxed than I'd seen them in weeks. Between them sat a large framed photograph and a professional camera on a tripod. "Vylette," Sienna said, stepping forward, "thank you for coming. We owe you an apology." I blinked. "An apology?" "We've been difficult," Dane said. "The heritage approvals, the ghost situation, the murder investigation. We took our stress out on you and your team. That wasn't fair." "You were under enormous pressure," I said. "I understood." "Understanding doesn't make it right," Sienna said. "You brought us an incredible property. You navigated impossible circumstances, a murder investigation, a heritage listing that came out of nowhere, a protective spirit throwing tools at our crew. And you never once complained. That's professionalism we should have matched." Dane picked up the framed photograph. It showed the two of them on Windward's porch, the house half restored behind them, arms around each other, both smiling. They'd signed it in silver pen. "To Vylette and the team at Driftwood Cove Properties, thank you for Windward and for your patience with everything that came with it. With gratitude, Dane and Sienna Hall." "This is for your office," Sienna said, handing it to me, "so your clients know you work with people who appreciate real professionalism." I took the frame, genuinely touched. The weight of it felt significant. Not just the glass and wood, but what it represented. "This is... thank you. Really?" "There's more," Mark said, grinning. "We'd like to take some photos with you and your team. Professional shots you can use however you want. Social media, website, promotional materials. Full permission to tag us, mention the show, promote yourselves. Consider it payment for putting up with us." Jill's eyes went wide. Social media permission? As much as you want, Dane said. The episode won't air for at least a year, maybe 14 months by the time post-production and scheduling work out. But you shouldn't have to wait that long to benefit from working with us. That's incredibly generous, I said. It's fair, Sienna corrected. You earned it. For the next 30 minutes, Mark's photographer took shots of us with Dane and Sienna. On the porch, standing by the restored staircase, gathered in the front room with the signed photo, positioned by the "Sold by Driftwood Cove Properties" sign still planted in the front garden. Professional shots that would look perfect on a website or in promotional materials. Can we get one just of you with Dane and Sienna? The photographer asked me, for your hero image. I stood between them, and they each put an arm around my shoulders like we were old friends celebrating a victory together. The photographer's camera clicked steadily. Perfect, he said. Natural. That's the one. I'll have all the high-res files to you by tomorrow morning. When we finished, Dane pulled me aside. I know this has been a nightmare of a project. Murder, heritage battles, paranormal activity. Not exactly the smooth transaction you signed up for. It's been educational, I said diplomatically. He laughed. That's one word for it. But you handled it with grace. When the episode airs and people see how you navigated all of this, your phone's going to explode. Be ready. We've seen it happen with other agents we've worked with, Sienna added, joining us. Exposure like this can change businesses overnight. You'll need to be prepared to scale up. More staff, better systems, higher volume. I will be, I said. Thank you for everything. As we walked to our cars, Sienna called out, "Oh, and Vylette!" The ghost approves of the work. No more flying tools, no more cold spots, no more doors slamming. Whatever you and Danny did to communicate with her, it worked. She's at peace with the renovation now. That's good to hear, I said, glancing at Danny. He grinned. Told you she was reasonable, he said. She just needed to know we were listening. Chapter 32. Back at the office, Jill didn't even sit down before she was uploading photos to every social media platform we had. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, crafting captions, tagging Dane and Sienna Hall, adding hashtags about heritage restoration and professional partnerships. Done, she announced after 15 minutes. Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, everywhere, with full credit and tags. Within 20 minutes, the first comments started appearing. You worked with Dane and Sienna Hall? That's incredible. Can't wait to see the episode. When does it air? Calling you for my next listing. Anyone who can handle a murder investigation and a TV renovation is who I want selling my house. Love this. Driftwood Cove representing. By the end of the day, we'd had 18 new inquiries, 9 sellers, 9 buyers, all mentioning they'd seen the photos with the TV couple. This is exactly what you wanted, Gavin said, scrolling through the notifications. National exposure without waiting for the episode. Better than I hoped, I admitted. Jill printed the framed photograph using the high-quality office printer, mounted it in the frame they'd given us, and hung it on the wall behind my desk, right where clients would see it when they walked in. Dane and Sienna Hall, smiling on Windward's porch, thanking Driftwood Cove Properties by name. It's perfect, Jill said, stepping back to admire it. It really is, I agreed. My phone buzzed. A text from Mark. Forgot to mention, we're doing a behind-the-scenes feature for our social media. Would love to include you talking about the challenges of this listing. Quick interview, 5 minutes, whenever works. Interested? I typed back. Absolutely. Let me know when. More exposure? Gavin asked, reading over my shoulder. More exposure, I confirmed. The bell over the door chimed. A middle-aged couple stepped in, looking around with interest. "We saw your photos with Dane and Sienna Hall," the woman said. "We're thinking of selling our heritage home on the waterfront. Are you taking new clients?" Jill practically leapt to her desk. "Absolutely. Please, have a seat. Can I get you coffee?" I caught Gavin's eye. He was grinning. This was it. This was what I'd been working toward since I'd opened Driftwood Cove Properties. National recognition, professional credibility, the kind of success that came from doing hard things well. And it was just beginning. By 6 o'clock, we'd signed the waterfront heritage home as a new listing, fielded a dozen more calls, and scheduled 3 buyer consultations for the rest of the week. "We need to hire someone," Gavin said as we locked up. "This volume, we can't handle it with just the 3 of us." "I know," I said. "Start putting feelers out. Someone with experience, good references, who understands heritage properties." "On it," he said. Jill pulled on her coat. "Owen's been asking if he can come into the office after school to help with filing. I told him absolutely not, but he's very persistent." "He's 12, I said. "Exactly my point," Jill replied. "But he wants to learn the business, his words." "We'll find him some appropriate tasks," I said, smiling, "when he's old enough not to be a liability." "That's what I told him," Jill said. "He said, and I quote, 'Liability is just opportunity with paperwork.'" Gavin laughed. "That kid's going to run this town someday." "Or con it," Jill said. "The jury's still out." We said our goodnights and headed to our cars. I drove home through the darkening streets of Driftwood Cove, past Windward with its scaffolding and promise, past the Historical Society building, where Daisy and her committee were probably still celebrating their heritage victory, past the station where Jack was likely buried in paperwork for upcoming trials. The town looked the same as it always had, small, familiar, steady. But everything had changed. I'd solved a murder. I'd navigated a heritage listing war. I'd appeared on camera with 2 of the country's most famous renovators. And my business, the one Kevin had told me would never amount to anything, was about to explode. I pulled into Briggs Manor's long driveway, gravel crunching under my tyres, and felt something I hadn't felt in months. Peace. Not the absence of problems, there would always be problems, but the quiet certainty that I could handle whatever came next. I grabbed the signed photo from the passenger seat. I'd brought it home to show the captain, and headed inside. The library was waiting. Chapter 33. The library was warm when I stepped in, fire crackling in the grate, the smell of old books and salt air mixing in that particular way Briggs Manor had. Captain Briggs stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, watching the dark line where sea met sky. Edgar sat on the mantel, one bright eye tracking my entrance. "You're late," the captain said without turning. "I was starting to think you'd been swept out with the tide." "Long day," I said, setting the framed photograph on the side table. "Good day, but long." I picked up the framed photograph and held it out to him. He leaned forward, studying it. "The moving picture people," he said. "They look pleased with themselves." "They apologised," I said, "for being difficult during the investigation. They gave us this, and permission to use their fame to promote the business. Photos, social media, the whole thing." Edgar hopped closer, tilting his head at the frame. "Shiny," he observed. "Very shiny," I agreed. Captain Briggs sat back, eyes on me rather than the photograph. "You've achieved what you set out to do. National recognition, professional success, your name attached to people of standing." "I have," I said. The phone started ringing the minute Jill posted the photos. New clients, new listings, new opportunities. We're already talking about hiring someone to handle the volume. That's good seamanship, the captain said, building the crew as the vessel grows. I set the photograph on the side table and stared into the fire. It's everything I wanted when I started this business. Credibility, exposure, proof that I could make it work without Kevin, without anyone telling me I was wasting my time. But, the captain prompted. I looked at him. How did you know there was a but? You've the look of a sailor who's made port and found it wasn't quite what she'd charted, he said. Success achieved, but something sits uneasy still. I let out a long breath. Miles' heart is dead. Donna's life is destroyed. Jasper will always be the man the town suspected, and I built my success on top of all that tragedy. No, lass, the captain said firmly. You built your success by navigating tragedy with honour. There's a difference, and you do well to remember it. Edgar gave a sharp caw. Truth, he said. The house needed selling, Captain Briggs continued. The murder needed solving. The heritage needed protecting. You didn't cause any of those things. You just refused to abandon ship when the squall hit. That's not profiting from tragedy. That's doing your duty well. I still feel guilty, I admitted. Good, the captain said. That means you've a conscience. But guilt without cause is just vanity in another coat. You're not responsible for Caleb Shaw's jealousy or Miles' Hart's death. You're responsible for how you conducted yourself when those things happened. And by all accounts, lass, you did so with grace. I suspected the wrong man, I said. I was convinced Jasper or the developer were guilty. You followed the evidence you had, the captain said. When better evidence appeared, you changed course. That's wisdom, not failure. A good sailor doesn't apologise for reading the charts she's given. She adjusts when new soundings prove the charts were wrong. I watched the fire work through the logs, letting his words settle. The TV episode won't air for over a year, I said. Maybe longer. All this success is just from the photos, from the immediate exposure. When the episode actually airs, you'll be ready, the captain said. You've proven that much. Whatever comes next, you'll handle. The ghost is satisfied, I said, almost smiling. Sienna said the tools stopped flying. The house accepted the renovation. Because you listened. You didn't dismiss the spirit or mock the old girl's attachment to her home. You acknowledged her, respected her, and worked within her terms. That's rare, lass. Most people would have ignored her entirely or burned sage and called it done. Danny helped with that, I said. Aye, and you brought him in. That's good leadership, knowing when to call for the crew with the right skills. Edgar shifted on the mantel, tucking one foot into his feathers. Decent work, he said, which from Edgar might as well have been a standing ovation. Thank you, Edgar, I said. Captain Briggs poured a measure of brandy into his glass. Ritual, not refreshment, since ghosts don't drink. He held it up, the amber liquid catching firelight. To justice served, he said, to houses well sold, and to a lass who's proven she can weather any storm that comes her way. I raised an imaginary glass. To smooth sailing ahead. There's no such thing, but that's what makes the voyage worth taking. Edgar preened his wing. The captain gazed toward the window, and I let myself feel what I'd been too busy to feel all day. I'd navigated murder, heritage battles, and the supernatural without losing my integrity or my nerve. I stood, taking the framed photograph with me. Tomorrow, I'd hang it in the office where clients could see it. "Good night, Captain," I said from the doorway. "Fair winds, lass," he replied. I looked over at the raven. "Good night, Edgar." "Wah!" "Finally," Edgar said, settling into his sleep position. I headed to bed, satisfied that I was building a future without Kevin. But I wouldn't be where I was without all my friends at work, Aunt Lily, and of course, Captain Briggs, my ghostly companion, and one very opinionated raven. Whatever came next, I was ready for it. Thank you for listening to Flipped, Flopped and Ghosted. Flipped, Flopped and Ghosted. Copyright 2025 by Eva Onyx. Production copyright 2026 by Eva Onyx.